It's been such a long time since Boston led the way. It's more than a feeling. It's Mike and Tom to start the day. The heart of Massachusetts should be freedom, justice, and liberty. Freedom led pilgrims to Plymouth Bay. Salem trials had justice too late. The sons of liberty spilled the tea, and then the redcoats spilled their blood. The shot heard around the world rang out from the Bay State. Boston's strong and ready to defend. It's where revolution started and ends. It's been such a long time since Boston left the way. It's more than a feeling. It's Mike and Tom to start the day. Quincy Market, Freedom Trail, Charles River, Boston Harbor, Bunker Hill, Griffin's Wharf, Fenway Park, Old North Charge. It's been such a long time since Boston led the way. It's more than a feeling. It's Mike and Tom to start the day.
Boom.
You too, my friend.
Wow. Look at that.
See that, man?
Yeah, I remember we were
We're
talking about
now in the buffer zone.
So what are you, can I ask what you're wearing?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah, you look professional. Yeah, look nice. Yeah. So that seems acceptable to me. I mean, you're not wearing anything stupid. I mean, I'm not stupid, but like anything.
It's not offensive to anybody, I don't think.
Right. Grab that suitcase real quick, will you?
Yeah. Gonna be a day, Mike.
So this is my first free Karen Reed jury selection, and so I don't know what to expect. Like, how does this work? Like, what do we do? How does it work? I don't know.
What about me?
I don't know I don't know what's gonna happen to you. This is like it's April Fool's Day today. You have a lot of fun with this, but
And there's Dina. People are down there, way down there, walking.
so
Everyone's got the American flags today.
oh, look on your right hand side there. Okay, all right. So you are in the buffer zone right now.
I am in the buffer zone, deep. Yeah, that's some wind.
Oh, there's some dogs.
How you doing, bud? Good. I'm gonna hang around with these other guys here.
Yeah, hit that smash and like button today, guys. Helps a lot.
Please.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
You don't have media credentials, you got to go behind the buffer zone, okay? Or you're going to be subject to arrest. Go follow them.
Okay.
You're being told right now, and you're live, and you're being recorded.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So I'm not media.
No, you're not. Go back there. You're being subject to being arrested.
Can I come when she comes into court? Can I follow her?
No, you can't.
Not even.
can't.
I can't. I have to
No, you
go
can't.
outside the buffer forever.
No, you can't. You go.
Have a good day, sir. It is. Okay.
Jesus Christ. That was
I'm not
hard, right?
allowed to walk through this buffer zone during the trial. Actually, when trial's in session. It's what it says on the paper. I can't even go to the registry of deeds. Nope. I'm not even. I have nothing. You have nothing. Like, that's Boston Red Sox. That's not offensive. Wow.
Well, they told them to leave too?
Yep.
Oh, he's not playing around today, bro. Trust me, they're watching this right now, bro.
Absolutely. I'm gonna tie this traffic up as much as I freaking can.
Be
And
careful
you know
with
what?
that
Where they're
dog.
putting us, there are no crosswalks. You realize that? You can't go that way.
This is fucking crazy.
And you need media credentials to get into the buffer zone.
We've been talking about that for months. We know that.
No.
Know what?
That's to get into the pool.
Oh,
You need media credentials to get in the buffer zone.
yeah. Hey,
Well, how do I get to my car? Because right now I'm in the buffer zone.
Tom, just they're watching probably, so just be careful what you say.
I don't even have a chance to say anything. I can't even ask a question.
So maybe someone from their cell phone can call from outside where you guys are gonna go right now and ask what we can and cannot. You know what I mean? That's what I would do. Look at the cops.
896
Jesus Christ.
with a bike.
Yeah,
Can't go through there.
Yep. Wow. Well, I tell you what, as soon as Karen, if she parks where you guys are, she's not going to be there. Walk right from there.
You okay? I'm glad I got that all on film.
Well, he did too. He's got a body cam on.
He can do that.
Oh, Kristen,
what's up, guys?
Well, I hope the news comes down and covers you guys. That's Court TV right there, right? On channel 4, channel 5.
No, you got channel 10, 25? 25. Fuck, 25.
Yeah.
Hey, dear.
He already said something to you?
Oh, we had a nice little talk.
Already?
It was one way, but it was nice. Nice and stern. There's no crosswalks here. So if I get hit by a car, whose fault is it? Not a single crosswalk. There's no safety thing. Who's getting by this? Who's getting by the sidewalk? Where are you gonna go? There's nowhere for us to go. We can't go in the street. Can't go past through the fence. I guess people aren't coming this way. Hey, sweetie. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Again. Again.
I know.
Here we are.
I know. But we're here.
We're here, though. Hey, you know.
It's a different spot. All right.
This white line.
Tom, that's how I got arrested in Canton. There's a white.
I'm on the pedestrian side, bud, right?
I understand. Yes. Look at the people just slowing down. You guys are absolutely going to stop. Wow. Yep, you're totally legal right now, bro. Yeah, so there's a white line where I walk my dog that's literally 8 inches from the side of the road. And the cars come by that quick. That's why I had my dog with me and stuff. That was the whole position I had. But you guys are gonna have the same thing with.
We already do, man. This is ridiculous.
They have no idea how many people are gonna show up now. Like we didn't even get the answer to can you park in the where'd you park, Tom?
Down that street back there. I can't even get to my car. I actually have to go around.
So go down, take a left, and come around that way.
Yeah, in the main coming into the right in the main drag there.
Look at the traffic. The traffic's almost stopped. People are telling you to be careful, Tom. Tom has bail money.
But listen, careful. These cars aren't going too fast. They ain't gonna hit me. There's no crosswalks here.
Just be careful.
It's a disaster for safety public.
Just exactly what you want to say. Okay, you don't want to say anything else because there's plain clothes walking around too. Okay.
After 8 o'clock, we have to stay up there in the buffer zone. If we get down there, we're going to be arrested. So I tried to ask him, can we walk by on the public sidewalk? Can we walk around? We don't stand still. He said, no, because then you're going to put the pressure on. I have to do something. I said, the public sidewalk, you can't walk on the public. I can't say you can't walk on the public sidewalk. If you look at it, that gives me a reason. Yeah, if you know that, I would have done the PLO or Black Lives Matter, man. I guess they have no problem with this. You know, all we do is peaceful people here. But just see an innocent woman that's getting run up
Much
for
better.
something she didn't do. And this is what you get from the Commonwealth. You know, it's bad enough they can't get anybody to prosecute the case, but now they're taking around First Amendment away. This is ridiculous. I hope there's a lawyer out there that get a stay against this woman because she just thinks she runs the whole country. Her orders just run the whole Commonwealth, and it doesn't.
When you say her, you mean Judge
Auntie Bev, yes. The most corrupt judge in Massachusetts. That's the one right there. In my
Yeah, Dennis.
Dennis,
Yeah!
what would be different about this trial compared to the first trial that ended with the hung jury?
Who knows in this state? Who knows? Hopefully they'll do it right this time. Keep everything up and up. You know, I mean the whole world's watching now more than ever was. So hopefully there's no more hanky panky going on. Hopefully the results come out. She walks out innocent like she should have done the last trial.
Yeah.
You know, she's actually innocent. They proved it.
I mean, last year we obviously saw hundreds of people coming out in support of her. Do you think having this buffer zone the way it is going to impact how people
It might
support
stop
Karen?
some people coming because they're not going to get a visual of Karen unless she drives by or something with their attorneys and stuff. But hopefully we can work something out that we can get down there before quiet. Just keep moving. Don't make any noise. We never had any arrests. We never had anybody act up. There's always these people from out of town, these YouTubers from out of state. They want to start stuff, and that's what happens. And all these guys and the people all suffer for it, you know. But we'd like to be up close to see what's going on, at least, and then we'll leave. We'll be glad that once Karen gets in the courtroom, we'll all walk up here in unison, and there won't be one person down there making any noise. And I'll guarantee that. So why don't the state police work with us and let us do that?
Yeah.
If Karen gets stopped off down there, let her walk through. We keep all the cameramen out of the sidewalks, you know, walk in safe. But no, they want us up here.
Jury selection starting today.
Yeah.
How do you kind of anticipate how difficult it might be to find an unbiased jury right now?
I don't know, but I hope I get summons for the jury. I'd love to be honest. I can be impartial. Good luck with trying to tell you it's going to take a while to get it. They'll find it. There's a lot of people out there that haven't heard of the case. They just don't know what's going on. And hopefully they get to them before.
I love Dennis.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Dennis.
Way to go, Dennis.
Gary!
What's up, Scott? You're awful
Gary!
intimidating with the pink today.
Yeah, I know, right?
No? You ever discussion with Harvey today, or did he tell you the same thing he said to me? It's not up for discussion. Get out of here.
Oh, did you get a copy of the rules?
Nope.
I got a copy of it.
Yeah.
I just haven't read it. I haven't bagged my sign to get it over here. But I'm thinking about bagging it, going down to the 200-foot line
Can't.
and then coming back.
You can't pass this line. Harvey said that. And they're looking to throw people in jail. So this stuff right here, you say you gotta fly. I'm telling you right now. I ain't going over there. Hey, Mike, you want to see something?
Yes, sir. Oh my gosh.
Ain't that up?
Ain't that a bitch?
Dude, it sounds good too.
I like that truck. That truck is awesome. Oh. Oh.
That's the truck.
Almost time to break the Bronco out.
Oh, huh?
Yeah. So you can't even park alongside here either, right? You got to keep going.
Negative.
You can't.
The cars
Right.
all the way down the street.
Now, do they have anybody down there directing traffic? No, no.
Yeah, there's nobody.
But can you go
Like
across
a
the street,
helicopter.
Tommy, to the left of those guys? Can you go across the street? Yeah, you could if you wanted to, right? Yeah.
But there's no crosswalk. So we're kind of like jaywalking. Hey, what's up, bud?
Hey, man, how you doing?
Good. How you doing today?
Everything good?
Good. What do you think about the buffer zone?
I think it explodes.
Isn't there something else?
I like the signs they put up.
Entering buffer zone.
I mean, in case you wondered, there it is.
This is not how it was last time.
No.
You know? And they got a helicopter even.
Yeah.
Crowd
Do they
control.
really?
Never been in an arrest. Ever.
Okay, I'll hang up with you then. Okay. Yeah. Has the state been by? You B9
Nothing.
anybody or anything?
Nope.
I walked across and in front of the courthouse, just checking out that corridor. A lot of people there. A lot
Yep.
of bodies. And mostly just press.
They all have credentials. We don't.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. I don't officially have them either.
Well,
I've got credentials from many different places, just not here.
The court has already labeled me a content creator.
Ah,
And then I sold footage, so I'm a producer,
good.
but I don't have the credentials.
Yeah, they were a little sneaky.
Yeah.
That's wait, I was trying to explain.
They got a freaking helicopter, Mike.
That could be new. Is it state or is it news?
I can't see. Maybe
Yeah.
Channel 10. Morning, Dina. Hey. Hey, what's up, guys? I'm good, sweetheart. How are you? Bullshit. It's really like, what the hell? I'll tell you one thing. There's nobody getting down the sidewalk today. Good luck. I don't feel bad for them either.
I wonder if you guys can plug, like, you put your flags in the holes in the top of that fence and let them sit up there. You know?
Yeah, that'd be nice if they let us.
You know what I mean? Just have flags all the way down going on the sidewalk. Be kind of cool.
Yeah. What's up, big guy?
How you doing?
Good to see you.
Good.
Another year. Here we are.
I hear ya.
Like a
What's up,
reunion.
Mikey?
What's up, Brendan? What's up, buddy?
He said, hey.
Yeah.
Isn't this crazy?
Show's brought to you by the Yum Yums.
Yum
All
yum.
the Yum Yums out there.
They're all wearing uniforms up there.
Yeah, they are.
Mike's not even wearing the Minion stuff. Mike's not. That's
No,
interesting.
he's not doing nothing. They won't even let him walk through the buffer zone, dude.
Wow.
Can't even go through it. It's like a wall.
The First Amendment with you now.
Yeah.
Oh,
See
yeah.
that white
Oh, yeah.
line? You can't get over it.
Yeah, right.
But you can stay on, so there's no crosswalk, this is public, this is,
Bullshit. Bullshit.
Well, if you can get a
fuck
chance
him, he's moving.
Hear those horns. Oh, make some noise. Get these neighbors all riled up. It's all Bev's fault. Bev's supposed to get back.
This is crazy.
Traffic's slowing down pretty good, Mike.
Well, that's not your intentions, Tom. You know that.
No,
right?
I'm just telling you. I'm
Okay,
just
thank
pointing
you.
out the traffic, that it's really
Yeah,
crawling by here. They're looking at the signage, Mike.
I got you, pal.
Reading.
All right. Yep. Wow. It's April Fool's today, so like I feel like this is a
Yeah.
joke. You know.
This is a joke.
Well, it's 8:20. Karen should be there within the next 20 minutes or so, I would think.
Yeah, she's gonna be way down there.
Wouldn't it be cool if she just pulled off to the right there and got out right there and just said hi and then walked all the way down? Because there's no one going to be there anyways, right? She's
I know,
not, you know.
just the media.
Yeah, she came like 10 minutes earlier. Hey, good morning, Nick Rocco.
Morning, Nick.
What if you want to go into court? You can't go. Well, they're in the small room. It's only media, Nick. Oh, are you talking about going to see maybe another trial and stuff? I'm sure if you talk to them and you walk up there, hey, Blair, good morning. Blair, if you want to, never mind. We just, this is crazy, dude.
Yep. And what do? They don't even, we can't broadcast the jury selection.
I tell you, I just feel like it's like this is like all new and like it's like all these we're all trying to figure it out at the same time with no help. And like the only way we're gonna find out is if someone gets popped and like, hey, oh, we can't do that, or at least he gave you a really stern.
Look at this lady crossing the street with a baby. She's crossing the street with a freaking baby. No crosswalk. You like that? That's safe. That's real safe.
I would ask her, how do you feel about this whole, do you think the buffer zone, the next time you see a person walking with a baby like that, ask her.
If I can't say what I want to say.
No, I know, but ask that person that's walking, that's a resident, how do you feel about the new buffer zones, and get a feedback from a resident.
Right.
You know what I mean? Should they should have done this? That's what I would do if you see anybody.
Hey, everyone who's here. Just want to say thank you all for being here.
Yeah, hit the smash and like.
Yeah, that would help.
Yeah.
No, Jag.
That's a Jag, yeah. This Dina? Is that Dina?
Yeah. We're on the prayer time.
She's
all right, we need to get into the buffer zone, people. Really. Not that tough. That's a wall. That's not, we didn't make that.
So can you go across the street where those guys are right there with the dog?
Sure.
No. To your right, to my right, right there where Mike across that street over there. Where all right.
No,
you can't. Wow.
That's the buffer zone right there. You're not supposed to be on that side of it.
Holy shit! You gonna keep backing up more now?
Morning prayer.
From here. All right, everybody.
All right, I'm gonna go out.
Yeah, I'm waiting for Tracy.
What? Tracy, I'm waiting for you.
Oh my God. All right, you ready, folks? Yeah. Prayer for victory in court. Heavenly Father, I pray for victory in court. I know my heart that you have already done it. My heart is pure and I am blameless in all this. I know that you have searched my heart and seen this to be true. I ask that you pave the way for me in court, Karen in court. Let the true story be made bare. Let everything that happened be revealed. Let Karen be vindicted and victorious. And let Karen's victory bring hope to the wrongfully accused. Amen. Amen.
Yes, there we go.
Father.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
And to the republic for which it stands,
one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good job.
That was the one. So I just copied it and redid it.
Oh, yeah.
But I thought and gave it to the account instead of me.
Yep.
Read, read.
Free can read. Free can read. Free can read. Free can read. Free can read. Free can read. How you been? Good to see you.
That'll be fun tonight. Don't get caught. There's probably cameras around here everywhere. There we go. Awesome.
Want to get a little closer underneath that?
Yeah, I mean,
I'll get you in there. There you go.
Yeah, buddy. Nice one. Nice one. Yeah.
Nice.
Nice.
so I don't know what this means. You're not allowed to like walk down here.
Negative.
I don't even know what this means.
Can't cross that line.
What if you gotta go to the bathroom? What if
Nope.
you're just walking through town? You can walk
In the bushes.
You just can't stop. Okay, so can you walk slowly? Are you allowed to walk? You can't. Oh, did you ask?
I wonder if we give Turtle Boy a little kill go on.
Power walking every day.
Can't do it. I asked. He will not. If he sees me in the buffer zone, I'm going to jail.
He said that? Harlow said that? Yeah. Oh, God. They're on no blue shirts today, right?
No
None.
blue shirt.
Oh, yeah, didn't think so.
They did do the bomb sniffing out there. You can see the little markers from this morning.
Oh my God.
All right.
Who's got time for that?
Is there anybody on the other side of the buffer, you guys know?
No.
Is this going to be ground zero? Is this where we're setting up this year? Yeah. I don't know. The other side.
Tommy, ask him if he's gonna be live tweeting. No, I don't think he will be. No.
You gotta go somewhere.
The other side's closer.
Oh, they got about 10 crews. All right, be careful. Just be careful. You don't end up like me.
Hey, will you fill me out?
Well, yeah, I'll tell you what. We're gonna bail fund out.
Hey, do you ever think it'd get to this point that we're at today?
Yes. I mean, well, you know, I thought she'd be acquitted. I thought the charge would have been dropped a long time ago, but nothing surprises me with these people anymore. So, yeah, we gotta do this again. We gotta do this again. They're making it as difficult as possible for her. Making her fight with her hands behind the back, not allowing key witnesses in. That Michael Easter thing, that's bullshit. All of this is bullshit. So,
What about your case? Where do we stand with that?
we're still waiting to hear on the motion to dismiss. So, wouldn't that be a nice surprise? That drop in the middle of this built spirits and morale up. So, we'll see what happens.
We need that.
Yeah.
Yellow target behind you, face the background.
Yellow target.
All right. Well, anyway, I'm gonna head down there, guys. Just wanted to say hello.
Like to be in the courtroom, man. I need a front amendment.
Hold on.
I want to get it to sign.
I get you.
That's a good one right there, buddy. Yeah.
Thank you.
Got it. Aiden's got his PI with him too. That's my buddy, Mark. The bald guy.
Oh, yeah. Who's the guy right there with the mustache right there? Those guys right there. Like, those guys, do you know them?
This is interesting.
They look sketchy, dude.
Very interesting.
Yeah, they look sketchy.
They typically do, but because of everything, I think she's one
I
of
mean, there's more people coming too. Oh, this lady here is trying to walk her dog. This ought to be interesting.
Ask if you can, ask her what she thinks.
You there, bud?
Yeah, those people right there on your right look sketchy.
I can't hear you.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Mike?
I can. Yes, yes, yes.
Buffer zone, buffer zone.
Good morning, good morning.
Yeah, guys, hit the link. Subscribe.
You guys are good, right?
Yeah, gotcha.
All right, fine, cool. Yeah, the lady tried to walk through the thing. I don't know.
Those people to the right behind you, Tom.
Yeah.
Right of you look sketchy. Look real sketchy. Right there. Yep, right there.
Yeah. Okay.
Just be careful.
Yeah, they're on the other side of this buffer zone. It scares me. I don't want anyone getting arrested here.
They don't look like they're fucking pro. They don't look like they're peaceful protesters right there. Those two guys right there. Right. Yep. Absolutely, dude.
How you doing, dear? It's all about the shoes.
Yep.
I love how it's.
Oh yeah. Those guys are sussy. So just be careful what you say around them, all right?
Oh yeah. Oh, it's not going to be one of them days. I think we're not going to be here long.
They're just totally watching and listening right now.
This is, I mean, what's the point, right? We can't even see her come and go, Mike.
The guy with the bandana around his neck too.
I'm looking for that one. Which one is this, Mike? The bandana.
Right behind John, right there, right behind John. With the hat on backwards, right there, yep. He's talking into his hand and shit too.
I don't see it. I don't see it, Mike.
No, it's okay. It's all right. Keep doing your thing.
Oh.
Yeah.
Vape. Carry on to vape. Oh my goodness. Helicopters against Scott for jury duty.
Oh, they might be Karen's old bodyguards. Okay, all right. We don't know. We just, hey, it is what it is.
It's not right, but it is.
Yeah.
Good morning. Hey, lady, how you been? Everything good?
Yes. So far, so good. How are you doing?
Doing good.
So this is bullshit.
Yeah.
They're never going to allow this.
They ain't got no choice. Where are they going to put us now? We have to be here.
You know what? If you went down to this line,
Yeah.
back those sidewalks on both sides,
Yeah.
you'd really be pissed off.
I think we should. Really
I
do.
honestly think
So the only reason we want to be here is pretty much Karen's going to drive by this way.
that's true, yeah. And then maybe.
Yeah. And we can't go through the
I'm
buffer
going to
zone.
bag my sign and walk right the fuck
I know, that is funny. You are right.
Well, you said, oh. I've been giving the ducks out to everyone that comes by. If they drive by, right? Yeah, pass them a duck. I got. Yeah. Who's this guy?
Tom, it's really loud, dude. It's really loud.
I am?
No, it's really loud. Yeah.
Okay, hold on.
So we're stuck back in the corner.
Better?
It's like a little gate open there.
A little more. Okay. Is that better?
No.
Or not? No? How about that?
Yes.
You hear the helicopter? It ain't that high up.
Right. It's still a little choppy, Tom. That's all.
One of the news stations.
Okay.
Yeah, it's NBC. It's got the NBC Peacock.
So that's channel 10? That's channel 10's on helicopter.
Or I don't know. Both NBC. Hey.
Yeah, it's still really loud, bro.
Okay, I'm trying to fix that here.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, there you go.
Better?
Yeah. It's still choppy. It's still choppy.
Sidewalk.
Thank you.
Yep. We're gonna see a couple accidents here. Watch. People coming out here the street, they're gonna be able to see. Hey,
Someone's gonna be looking at you guys and smash right into a car. Okay. Tom's on mute. Tom, can you hear me? Yeah, we just can't get that volume. The volume's a little choppy. Right, guys? You guys agree with me in the chat? That Tom's mic is like, it's just like an open air mic. Now you have fins on both sides of them. It's just picking up, like it's rebounding all that noise. So that's all. Tell Tom he's on mute. You get a fucking scooter. What the? This is insane. They need handicap parking. Tommy, can you hear me? No. He might be talking to somebody. Yeah, it's crazy down there, guys. I don't know. I can't even tell. I think Tommy parked at the he parked at the registry, behind the registry of deeds, and he said,
All right, can you hear me now?
it's still choppy, but I can hear you. Yeah.
Choppy. So let me do this. Let me kill this mic.
I just think you're getting a lot of. I think you're getting a lot of bounce off the fence and a bounce across the street.
Is that better?
We hear you.
I can't hear you now.
You're on mute, but one's on mute. But no, you can't hear anything, buddy.
Good. All right. How about now, Mike?
Yep, got it. Yep, good.
Okay. The audio is, there's so many people here with cell phones.
Well, no,
Like everyone's got their cell phone on, Mike.
Well, you're bouncing off the fence too. You know what I mean?
Okay.
The sound is bouncing.
How about
off the
that?
fence. It's not bad. Yeah, you're good. Good. I can't wait till we have the money to have hire a sound engineer.
Yeah. I've been eyeing something lately, so maybe we'll see. We'll see. I just can't believe this guy. They were that adamant about getting out of the buffer zone. The problem is, it's only when court is in session. That's what it says in the order.
I understand. They're in the mode of fuck around to find out. You know what I mean?
John, what's the irony?
Yeah. Too much irony there, Scott. I mean, legit, right?
How long before these neighbors get all pissed off?
I'm sure they are. I'm sure they are. I would be. Think about it. You wake up and these people are in your front yard. Can't even walk down the sidewalk. No? Hey, they did this. We didn't. True? This is a creation of what they're doing.
Aaron goes by this way.
Yeah. Could be crazy.
Then what if we all? Well, I'm the only one that has the balls to take a sign over here.
Yeah, I know.
But say we all notch down to the other 200-foot line. What's he gonna do?
Yeah,
They're moving.
all of us.
Well, they're listening right now, guys. All right.
Because you know that'll piss the town off. We're all down the other end.
Yeah. We should go down. I thought we were going to go down the other end. It's closer.
No, it's day one. We gotta figure this out. You know what I mean? I gotta read the rules. I've been sent.
Yeah.
I haven't read them.
Here's the QR code they offered. Hi, good morning. How are you? Good. Did you see a QR code anywhere? Did you see a QR code anywhere?
No, you sent it to me.
Okay. But about the average person that doesn't know, right? They should be able to.
I'll try to send you the PDF.
Okay. I mean, this is awesome, right? Right?
It's the best we can do.
So just so you guys know, all the people that are on that sign that supports the freaking farmers market. They're the ones that are the reason that we're where we're at. It's the farmers market. It's that church right there in the farmers market who don't want us closer. So thank you to whoever was at the bottom of that sign. Much appreciated to know that you're anti-Karen Reed. Love it. Remember that sign, Mike?
Yeah. Yep.
There's a paddy wagon. There we go.
I sent you the PDF file on your.
Badass. Thank you, Scott. Got it. Yep. Badass.
Send it to me, bro, when you get a chance.
Yeah. How do I get this to you? It's on Facebook. Forward.
When you get a chance. By phone,
Yeah.
fine, whatever you want to do.
To one of the mods. Maybe they can put it on it. Yeah.
No, Sergeant Michael Hartman walked over to us right around 7:40. Showed us the
order.
The code.
Yeah. Yeah.
He goes, "You got to be out of here by 8 o'clock."
Wow. Wow. So we're not allowed to go past that sign. Legit, like that's the buffer zone right there. We're not allowed. So if we go past that line, we're subject to arrest. That's a little what do you call it? Yeah. No, you're right. It's such bullshit. That's about the word you can use here. You know, we can't even walk through the buffer zone. So if I want to go to my car, I have to go and take a right and then go all the way down and around it. I can't cut through. I can't walk down that sidewalk. Kurt Hardman.
So hard.
I don't know if we can drive up and down. I'm afraid to even try at this point. He sees me in the car. He's pulling me out. Not by my choice. He's got a issue with me. Coming to a city to you.
Just keep that camera rolling, bro.
Yeah. That was close. Yeah, but then they put me in that stupid wagon with them bracelets. I'm good. I've been in them before in the academy. They're not nice. We had to practice handcuffing each other, taking people down. It was just not fun. Not even allowed to walk through the buffer zone. Good.
Hopefully you catch it coming down this way.
I pray, right?
Hey, Tom, what's happening?
What's up, big guy? How you doing?
Say hi to Mike. What's the Mike from the Shady Guys? Yeah.
There you go.
How you doing, buddy?
He's awesome. Yeah.
Your phone calls.
You guys look suspect, man.
Yeah. You guys been here for a while. I mean, how many times have you been here for? Christ,
We've
my
been
God.
coming from the beginning. Probably before Boston Mike.
You were the freaking dump truck and everything.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. That was freaking
We
awesome.
went to the rolling rally with my wife.
I remember that. Yes, I was there.
Yeah.
I took someone else's car.
Yeah.
So they were on plates. Not mine. Hey, there you guys.
Best have to continue this on in the morning.
Yes, every morning.
Even once this is done.
Yeah, definitely. We're on it. We've got big plans.
Tommy,
Yes, sir.
real copy.
All right, hold on. All right, you're in my good hand now, what?
It's wicked choppy. Wicked choppy.
All right.
Yeah. Close to the camera or something's going on, bro.
It's a lot of the background noise, too.
Well, no, your voice cracks every time you talk.
Okay. Okay. Hey, she may be coming down the road.
Hi, everybody. Good morning, Chris, for Karen and her team.
Thank you for doing that, Tina.
You can tell those guys, too, I was at the rolling rally, too.
I don't want to, listen, the less people know, the better.
Chick Easter, stop it. Has it always been this way, though? It's unacceptable.
Oh, Mike. Nope, doesn't pick them up. I thought that was another SUV that was similar.
Right, okay, yeah, so like,
I mean, they're just waiting. See, I'm sure they're watching. They got feed to the helicopter.
Yeah, someone just texted me that that's not a news helicopter.
Yeah, I didn't think so. No, well, it could be, Mike. That is true. Gathering so far. I mean, look at some people coming here now. A lot of regulars. I mean, hey, Mike, I'm trying to figure out where's this rabid mob? I'm trying to figure. Can you point out the rabid mob to me? I'm looking. I can't quite see it. With the mosh pit, with the rabid crowd. Have you seen them? I'm looking for them.
Mr. Murphy, how you doing this morning?
I see there's hugging stuff going on. Where's that rabid stuff going on?
Looks like a bunch of friendly people here.
Don't get it. Where's this rabid crowd, right? Out of control.
It's dressed in fucking blue.
Yeah. Oh boy, here we go. You just got your friend here, Mike. The Canton guy.
Hodgman said we couldn't be in there at all.
At all. We can't go past that. We can't. I know. He told me specifically, you come in. If I see you, you're getting arrested. For what? If I see you, you're getting arrested if you're in the buffer zone. End of story. End of story. Like, I couldn't even go.
I heard him say it. Did I say to you or Dennis?
Hey, what's up, bud? Good to see you. Good to see you again.
That's what he said. He said to Dennis Sunday, I can't stop you.
Well, he told me, if I see you, you're getting arrested.
You're on the special.
Yeah, I get the special cuffs. It was that one hinge. Oh my goodness. Is that what they're talking about? This hugging stuff? Is that rabid? Is that like rabies and shit? I can't hear you, Mike.
You're all chopped up, Tommy. That's what we got. You're all.
Can you see all the? Yeah. Can you see all this? Can you see all this hugging?
Oh yeah. But yeah.
Is that what they're talking about being rabid?
I guess so, brother.
You have a great day, all right?
Tom's getting money thrown at him.
What's the shop with the Tahoe? That hood's been painted. Mike, the topic could be the earbuds.
What's that?
You know what? That's what it is.
What?
It's the earbuds.
Okay. Something's chopping it up, dude. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the earbuds.
All right. For some reason, we're not on Twitter anymore either.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Our Twitter came. Yeah, the Twitter's down.
Twitter's down?
Oh no. Our feed to Twitter is not showing up.
Okay.
But we're on YouTube.
YouTube and Facebook on both of them, I think. And then Twitter was the other one.
Twitter's down right now. We're not on Twitter.
Okay.
When you get a chance, take a look.
Yeah.
With 2,000 people watching.
Nice.
Hit that like and subscribe, guys.
I think I do have noise cancellation on my earbuds.
I did post. Melissa, yeah, I did post a link. I did post it. I know. She's killing me with you. You're killing me, Smalls. It automatically, when you upload, it goes to Twitter. Just FYI, it doesn't matter if I post it. Yeah. So yeah, just so you know, it has nothing. We got here. We're not. So we're gonna stream it on Twitter. No.
Can
So
you hear me now?
Yeah, perfect. When you go live,
Probably not.
Sammy, it automatically feeds to Twitter as well. I don't have to do anything. So something's up with
Are you there now?
Yep.
I turned in voice cancellation off. Is that better, guys? Volume wise?
Oh, so okay.
Choppy?
Yeah, it's still choppy.
Yeah, I did. I separated the mic from the camera. And when I do that, I'm getting choppy. So, like, what do we do today? What do you guys want to do? Like, do I just hang around here? I mean, what? Like, you can't see nothing. You can't do jury dude. Like, what?
I don't know what to do, dude. I mean, like, this is a weird one, so I don't know. Tommy's on mute. Okay, so we're not going on we're not on Twitter just to get everybody over to YouTube. Okay, now I know. That makes sense.
Hold on, guys. I'm working it. How about that? Is that better?
Much better.
That's good. You good?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you're still cracking, but it's still it's better than what it was.
How's the picture quality though?
Awesome.
All right, good. Yep, this is what we're gonna see today. This is all we're allowed to see. We're not even allowed to go up there, guys. I'm sorry. I don't know what to do. Like,
well, it's 3-9. You know she's already in the courthouse.
Yes. I just don't know.
We gotta show our strength, man. We gotta show our strength.
I love the shawl. I like the shawl. Hey, good morning, Neil. How you been? Hey, lady. Good to see you again. So what are we gonna do? Tell me. Talk to me. What's up? What are we gonna do today?
What are we gonna do? We're gonna fight for justice.
Oh, we got details here. Oh, finally. Yeah. Mike, we got detail cops here. Finally.
Well, they're saying you stay out of the road.
Yeah, just stay out of the road.
Stay out of the road.
Yes.
So he's keeping us out of the road. So good luck someone getting by the sidewalk. I am moving.
Said bike lane.
Bike lane. Okay. I just don't know. Like. Uh-oh. Something's up. Uh-oh. Yeah, we can't do that, Bob. There's no fly zone. There was somebody here that had a drone, and they took it away.
Sorry.
Yes, sir. You? All right, busted. Yep. There's some people that are not happy with why we're here, I think. Yeah, that's what it is. And you know what? The scary part, they got zip ties. So, kind of an issue. And they are absolutely looking to use them. Because it's no fly zone to any resident. Oops, what happened here?
The whole thing, the jacket, except the sweater. The sweater's my thing. Hi, Tom.
Hey, how you doing, Maria? Good.
What are you doing? Hold the hands up.
All right.
Mike.
What up, Mike?
Mikey. The phone, my phone was 36%. I looked at it, it's 4. It went from 36 to 4. Yep. Now it's at 2. Hold on.
My feet are all on the street.
Pretty soon there won't be one if this doesn't get 1%. The battery saved it. 1% battery.
You're so lucky.
All right.
Thomas, I know you're at work.
Tom always posing with the girl.
Hey, you can't say no, right? I'm good. I'm doing good. This is just another bump in the road, right? We're gonna figure something out. Got to be a way. We got to go to like different intersections and take over the intersections. Different one. Maybe the one down the center of town. We all go down there and just
Tell you right now what it is.
keep hitting the stop button. You know the crosswalks? We'll keep hitting the stop button, and we'll be at every corner. Make them stop and lead us stop.
Okay, so I would do 40.
That's what I'm thinking.
Oh, okay. I would never tell you.
So,
No, I'm thinking of back in my sign.
yeah.
I know, I understand that. If you want to be right.
Yeah, what if we all decide to just march together all the way down? Just take a walk.
Do they make it hard?
Hardman he wouldn't know what to do with himself. And we won't be in the buffer zone or anywhere near the buffer zone if we're down at the other intersection. I mean, that's my thought. They want to see us. They don't want to see us. Let them, you know. What I'm thinking.
Okay, yeah, so let's go. Let's go. Okay.
She knows we're here, though. Hey, she's from. How are we going today?
You there, Mike?
Yeah, the bus flips balls again. I don't know what he's doing.
My main phone that I'm streaming on, the battery's just going right to zero on the phone.
All right.
So it's cold out here. Remember when the people in Boston, bye ladies, thanks for coming by. They cemented themselves to cement barrels and put the barrels on the highway. It's 500 feet now. They changed it on us.
Locust trial.
Associated Press.
Yeah, I don't have a camera.
Yeah, this is what we do for work, right? This is crazy. I mean, I don't even know what to do.
So they're totally watching our channel, Tom, and watching everything you do.
Yeah.
And that's why they were down there, because, you were talking about the roads and that. We're about to go to members only where they got to pay to fucking watch you.
You're welcome. Have a good day.
Jesus, if it's paying your money, Tom, you haven't put it in your G-string.
I'm handing out rubber ducks, Mike.
Oh, you handed over.
Yeah, I
Oh,
want an American flag. He is giving out.
Nice. Yeah.
You want one? Yeah, I want one. Hey, everybody who's here. Everyone that's here, thank you all for being here. Sorry about lack of content. Everyone's walking down the street now. Where'd they go, Scott?
I want to go down and check out the 200-foot line.
Well, I was going to go to my car, and it's down there. And there's Esty.
Nice.
Oh. Where's this rabid mob they talk about? Rabid. Where's the rabid people? I don't see them.
Rabbit.
Rabid. There's this guy right here. He's the reason my audio sucks. See this live view?
Oh,
It's like 5 cell phones in one. The freaking bus transmits. It's like, yeah. You can do live feed from freaking Antarctica with that thing. That's all different cell phones. What it is. That's what I want. See that right there? Oh. Sorry, am I geeking out? That's exactly what that is.
All right. You gotta
Hey,
get one of those.
how much is the backpack? How much is the backpack? You know?
Oh, I don't want to check out. So I gotta do the
That's the balls right there, buddy.
We will hope.
EXMOR 3 CMOS 4K XT cam.
The Associated Press, dude. Check that out.
Sony. All right, eBay, baby. eBay that camera. This is the Associated Press. Yeah.
Yep. The 10 grand.
It's the backpack I want. That thing is the bomb.
Yeah, but I'm saying which way to see it. No.
Ask him how much for the press pass for a couple hours.
Yeah. He's got a USB port in the side. I can just plug right in. That's a nice camera. See the mic over to the side.
Look at Ray.
Where is he? What's he doing?
Dog in the thing.
Oh my goodness.
You're on mute, bro.
You there now? Sorry about that.
That's right.
See the guy with the dog, Mike. See that? Can you see that guy, Mike?
Yeah.
And here's Tom.
Hey, everybody. Matter of fact, can I say something to her?
There's Tom.
I absolutely love her husband. I think he's like the best guy ever.
She said she loves him too.
Oh, of course. But when I realized I put them together,
Yeah.
it changes everything. It's like when the glare was on.
You mean you didn't like her before, now you like
No,
her?
I love her. Oh, now I love her even more because of her husband. Now I put one and one together, and I'm like, oh, it's him.
I guess.
Best guy in the world.
He's unbelievable,
The smartest guy. Like, you can't get any better than that. Hello.
He in the Burchmore case, right?
Boom. Exactly. He knew exactly.
The only reason that Matthew Farwell's in federal custody right now is Dr. Broad.
Because of him. Yep.
Well, not the only reason.
Well,
but
he,
instrumental.
yeah, absolutely. He had a part in that, and that I absolutely just love. I love that. That's just so great. So, from me to you, thank you very much.
Yeah, we're gonna have you on at some.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah,
Yeah,
figure it out.
Trace the Soviet stuff. You know?
Yeah.
That flag me a flag.
When you find the rabid mob they talk about, let me know. I'm looking for 'em.
I know.
You know?
I heard a story. I was watching I think it was Fox, maybe one of the national outlets. They were just, I call it, they dip their toe in.
Yeah. They can see what happens.
And there was somebody saying that that was one of the big issues. That the crowd was unruly.
Right.
So guys, please stop being so really obnoxious. Really
The mosh pit's coming soon.
bugging me on this.
It's ridiculous. When we were allowed in this area, we had the tailgates open with the Dunkin' Donuts
Oh my
and stuff.
goodness.
We were giving the police and the media
That's a good one.
donuts and coffees and that.
Hi. How are you?
Right?
You good? You're so good. I see you as a free boy.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, this is interesting, Mike. I'm not, this is,
Go to work. I know when there's no sidewalk, a lot of times. So I would imagine that private property.
all right, isn't that awesome? It's a girl. Oh.
Yes. Still. Yeah. The website. They'll talk about the weather. That's pretty cool.
I don't know. What are you thinking? You wanna go get breakfast? Yeah? Hey, you wanna go get breakfast?
I want to walk down.
I know you do. But I'm gonna take my car, I think, closer, so I can get out of here. Out of the buffer zone, I mean.
I gotta bag my sign here.
Yeah.
Parking
enforcement. All right, I'll meet you there, bud.
Hey,
So say hi.
anyway,
How are you? Good morning. How are you, dear? Thank you for coming. Sorry about this.
Well, hey, it is what it is.
Oh my goodness. Ah. Ooh. That's nice. Look at you. You got because of him. You got two people on that camera. I'm parked behind you, Cindy.
Tommy,
Yes, sir.
Integrated
drive down.
Road is stealing your stream.
You guys can all, you guys can all report him if you want. You can all report
right.
his stream. You guys all
Okay.
can do that.
All right, just so you
So,
know.
yep.
They get Scott.
If you-
They're talking shit about you too.
Of course they are.
And Scott McGinnis.
Of course. Mike, the guy sounds like he's got a freaking unit in his mouth every time he talks. Huh? Church parking only.
The actual boarding.
Parking enforcement. Oh my God.
And they send the parking enforcement guy down here to church. What power? There is no church and state.
On grass or sidewalk.
Yeah, that's pretty much John Smith right there, my girl.
Grass or sidewalk. That's right.
You're on the road.
So she can't
So
park there?
he's making you move, right? Yeah, he's making her move, Mike.
Wow.
Talk about busting chops. Now do you see why I don't want to be here?
Yeah, this is crazy, dude.
It's like, why? Like, it's wrong.
Yep. Mainstream media is going to cover it only. And hopefully Turtle Boy gets a lot of it.
Well, he broke the story. He needs to get some of that, you know?
Yeah, but he's on that witness list and they haven't made a decision yet. I know that Hank tried it last time, but we'll see what happens.
Wow.
Hey, I sent you the town of Dedham upper zone stuff too.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we can't watch the jury selection.
No, you can't. No. So court starts at 9:30. They're saying, okay. So what are you going down? Gonna take a left and walk back that way?
Yep.
Wow.
Hyman said if he can see me, he can arrest me because he's in the buffer zone.
So, wow.
Yeah, they ain't playing today, man.
Wow.
I didn't even ask him a question, and you know what? I tried to call him yesterday to find out blah blah blah. Nope. He was talking enforcement. A lot of money being spent just to protect that church. It's kind of funny. They don't pay taxes, but yet they're using the town resources.
Right. Hey, the wind's howling, dude, in your mic, just so you know.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if you can change that up. Yeah, she's just parking there, just waiting. Yeah, much better, much better.
Get them out of the wind. Mike,
okay.
they're actually they're busting people's balls for parking where they're legally supposed to park.
Outside the buffer zone, and they're trying
outside
to
the buffer zone. Yes.
Wow.
They're protecting the church. There's church and state. They separate. So unless they pay taxes, they shouldn't be using city resources the way they are.
So Karen's in the courthouse with all her attorneys and 9 law students from BC that are in Harvard. Wow.
Wow.
That are clerking. Helicopters are outside. This is Turtle Boy. Helicopters buzzing around. No blue shirts. A lot of supporters at the edge of the buffer zone, which is being strictly enforced. The documentary crew will also be documenting my coverage of this case. Began filming with me this morning. So his film crew is there as well.
Good.
We were just told 92 prospective jurors will be brought in today, and if 2 are chosen, I consider that a success. It's going to be very difficult to find anyone in this county who doesn't have an opinion on this case. This is day 1 of a long road to justice, which will hopefully end with 2 words: not guilty. Turtle Boy.
Wow.
But Tom, here's the thing: like we can't stop showing up. That's the thing. You know what I mean?
No. We're gonna be here.
I feel like
not up for discussion.
I feel like they're getting a lot of that information from your stream, though, and like we might have to make it a members only thing.
Doesn't matter. They get it anyway. They have tools that go right through anything. They don't need to be a member to be a stream.
Oh, geez. Okay, just want to make sure.
Yep.
These people here, the guys I said that with sussy, people are online checking them out too. Going, they're sussy.
Yeah. I can't believe that they sent the park enforcement crew because of the friggin' church.
You got an echo going, but go ahead. There you go. Nick Nack likes the members only, but Tommy thinks they have tools to get around at the paywall. Like
Correct.
they do with Aiden's members only stuff. They got all that stuff.
And it's not fair to people that took time out of their day to come here, you know?
Right, right.
Uh-huh.
We had
We're gonna go to breakfast. I'm just going to get my backpack.
All right. Where is it? Down at the
Right up
stand-up?
here on the side of yeah.
All right.
I'm gonna take a drive right through the buffer zone and show you guys what it's gonna be like for the remainder of the trial, I guess. So the buffer zone starts right at this sign.
You find a lot of people leaving, Tom? Oh no.
Yeah. What's up, guys? All right, you there, Mike?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah.
All right, you guys can see the screen, right?
Yep, you see the stream. Yep.
Okay. Driving through. And there's no one like in front of the courthouse in front. Very weird vibe, Mike. People are very pissed, and they're doing a good job at like keeping it to themselves, really.
You got a little echo go, but not a big deal.
All right, I can do this. Hold on, let me add this one.
No, we just lost the picture, but whatever.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm doing that. Boom.
There you go.
Better?
Much.
That it's sleeping in the garage. Put it away. So this is the buffer zone.
So you still have an echo, but whatever.
Okay, I'll fix it in a second.
Yeah, whatever. I don't care.
But the troopers are getting paid to sit in their cars. One, $574, $15.95. Troopers, Harmon's SUV. I don't know who that is. You see, this is the end of the buffer zone over here. This is where we should be setting up. Or did they move it already? Yeah, cops over here. Storm Team 5 on the left-hand side. My. It's handicapped. Technically. So this one. Which one's this?
People want you to move your camera up a little bit, Tom, if you can.
Yeah.
I understand if you can't. I'm just talking about the chat scene. Yeah.
I'm gonna go to one camera in a second, real quick.
Yep.
I just gotta come up here and bang a Yui. All right. So let me fix this now. This is live. I can get out of this one. Close. All right, you guys live now? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yep.
You can see?
Yep. You can see everything.
All
Yep.
right. Don't do this at home. I'm gonna go to the diner, have some breakfast. Park in front of that
Okay.
truck right there with the lights on. I can actually read the chat now.
Oh, good.
You know, if you came down here, it would be bad. You'd be knocking heads left and right, and they wouldn't put up with it. And Hartman would put you in jail. As much as he wants to put me in jail, oh, would he like to put you in jail too? No, I got the one warning that I received was directly from Hardman. That was my one warning. I don't get a second.
Is that what he told you?
Yes.
Wow. Okay.
Yep.
I mean, it would be great for the ratings, just saying.
Oh my God! Can you imagine? I really don't. I promised too many people I'd behave. So
I know. Yeah, I know.
I'm doing my best. Yeah, no, you know, you're right. You know your rights, and they're there. And unfortunately, they don't give an F. Sorry.
Yeah, it would eventually get tossed out of court, but it's just the bullshit of going through it. Right.
I mean, look what they did to F&F Power Equipment.
Yeah.
They busted his balls. How long? For a while.
So, yeah.
And he spent untold amounts of money to go to court. Right?
Yep.
It's the time. They don't
And
care.
he didn't even say anything. He was just doing it, you know.
No, he posted on Facebook.
Yeah, I know.
About
John Collins. Yeah.
And they took him to court over it. Nice.
Yeah.
These people got issues, buddy. I don't know what and how, but
well, they hate the truth.
Maybe the water's tainted or something, bud.
I've been saying that about Canton for a long time, man.
Oh my goodness.
I'm telling you, man, they hate being exposed, Tommy. They hate it. You know?
Well, they need more of it.
Right.
Now what do we do, right? Legit, what do we do now, Mike?
Well, I hopefully meet a couple of people inside and have breakfast, and you guys try to. I mean,
yeah.
So, how close are you right there? Like, would that be a better place to protest?
Yes. This is the intersection I want to protest at. This one, the main intersection by Dedham House of Pizza.
And you're outside the zone, right?
Yep, we're way out of the zone. But if we protest this intersection, the lights, we can just keep cycling the lights.
Right.
So people will be very cautious. No one will get hit. It'll be real safe, be real slow. And we'll just keep cycling them freaking lights all day long.
I think I like that idea, brother. I really do. I think
it's legal.
Yeah. The more eyeballs you can get, even though you're gonna be far away, it doesn't matter because you're far away on the other side too.
We can be just as effective down here. You're right.
And these people will probably appreciate the foot traffic.
Well, I know the stores would appreciate it. I mean, this breakfast place has got some money out of me, right?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Is it called the Grateful Dead?
The Grateful Diner.
Oh, close.
But it's kind of like the Grateful Dead.
Yeah. You're giving them free advertising right now, man.
Oh yeah, no, this place is great. They are really really good. They're fat. They're friendly. They're just.
Hey, mods, can we get the live Channel 5 feed for Inside the Court, please?
Ooh, Channel 5 is in court.
Channel 25 is news. Yep.
Didn't know that.
Yep. They're up live right now inside the courtroom. I don't know.
Turn this around here.
Yeah.
Um,
You can do it, Tom.
Number 10, do you have any strong personal beliefs or have?
Will's just going over the jury selection thing. 25 up, 25 news. Lots of
25 has it?
Yep. Right now, Karen's standing up inside the courtroom.
Wow.
This is interesting. Wow. You all right?
Yeah, I'm just trying to think. You know what, Mike?
Yeah.
If we requested the footage from today with the Freedom of Information request, right? The Trooper Hardman's body camera, because he made it very, very clear that he was recording us. Remember that?
Of Hartman?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, he's gonna put
the
a
usual.
Yeah, the FOIA.
Everything. Same I get all the time. Yep. If I request that footage, right, with the Freedom of Information request, and I put that out there, anybody can take that information request and send it into the state police and request that body cam footage from Hartman.
That's right.
So if 30, 40, maybe 100 people requested it, they'd maybe get the idea, right?
I understand. Are we getting Channel 25 up or no?
I think they're working on it.
All right. Do we know? All right. Trying to figure it out.
Let me. Oh, there it is.
Perfect.
All persons have any business before the Honorable Assembly, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, and for the County of Norfolk. Juanita, give your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
Over easy. White.
Anyone else may be
Sam.
If you all raise your right hands, please. Do each of you solemnly swear to make true answers to such questions that should be put forth to you by the court to help you God? Thank you. You can have a seat now, promise.
Tommy,
May I
go
call the
mute.
case, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, this is 22-117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Counsel.
You want counsel? You want me to say?
Counsel.
Can I have counsel identify themselves for the record, starting with the Commonwealth?
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
I'm Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Hank Brennan for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Mr. Brennan.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson on behalf of Karen Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also on behalf of Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
Morning, Your Honor. Robert Alessi on behalf of Ms. Reed.
Morning, Mr. Alessi.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Yannetti for Karen Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Yannetti.
Good morning, Your Honor. Victoria George on behalf of Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Ms. George. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Okay,
Karen Reed, can you please stand? Karen Reed, you are now set at the bar to be tried, and these good men and women who I shall call to pass between the Commonwealth and you upon your trial. If you'd object to anything, you must do so before they are sworn. You have a right to challenge any 16 jurors without giving reason. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, jurors. My name is Beverly Cannoni. I'm a judge of this court, and I want to welcome you here today and give you some idea on what you will be asked to do. So, jury service, as you know, is one of the most important duties we have as citizens. We appreciate that you're here, ready, willing, and able to serve if you're called upon to do so, and our system of justice simply does not work without you, so we thank you. This is the case of Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. The Commonwealth alleges that at approximately 6 a.m. on the morning of January 29th, 2022,
The Canton Police Department received a 911 call reporting an unresponsive male party in the snow outside a residence at 34 Fairview Road in that town. Officers responded and discovered the man, later identified as John O'Keefe, off the roadway in the front lawn area. Officers identified 3 women with Mr. O'Keefe, one of whom was the defendant, Karen Reed, the girlfriend of Mr. O'Keefe. The defendant had been with Mr. O'Keefe the previous evening at 2 different bars in Canton and had driven with him to this residence in the early morning hours of this date. Mr. O'Keefe was treated by paramedics from the Canton Fire Department and transported to the Good Samaritan Medical Center, where he was subsequently pronounced deceased. The Commonwealth alleges that the defendant struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle earlier that morning and then left the scene while Mr. O'Keefe lay injured in the snow during a blizzard. The defendant denies these allegations. She is presumed to be innocent and has pled not guilty. So Ms. Reed is charged with second-degree murder. She is also charged with manslaughter while operating under the influence and with leaving the scene after causing personal injury or death. I will describe these indictments in detail at the end of the case when I teach you the law, but briefly, murder is the unlawful killing of a human being. There are various ways in which the Commonwealth can prove a murder case, and the Commonwealth is permitted to proceed under all theories it believes it can prove. Here, the Commonwealth alleges that the defendant committed murder and that the murder was murder in the second degree. In order to prove the defendant guilty of second-degree murder, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed an unlawful killing and that it was done with malice. In comparison, involuntary manslaughter is an unintentional, unlawful killing caused by wanton or reckless conduct. These terms and the elements of the crimes will be explained to you in greater detail at the end of the case before you begin your deliberations. Now, at the outset, I would like to address the issue of public interest in this case and the duty of this court to adhere to the rule of law. John Adams said that we are a government of laws, not of men, and that the law must be deaf to the clamoring of the public. He meant that while the public opinion about a given subject may ebb and flow, the law must be steady, reliable, and even-handed. We know that on the subject of this case, there are people advocating for one outcome or another with intensity, but without the benefit of having heard or seen any evidence at all. The law works in a different way, and the difference is crucial to our system of justice. The jurors selected for this trial will hear and judge the evidence. They will decide what the facts are, and where the evidence is contested, they will determine where the truth lies. Ultimately, the jury will decide whether the Commonwealth has carried its burden of proving that the defendant is guilty of any crime beyond a reasonable doubt. People outside of this building have rights, and we know that they have voices, but this criminal trial will be decided by an independent jury, free from outside interference, based only upon the evidence presented in this courtroom and the law. This is the only way to ensure that every person who comes before the court receives a fair trial. It is just that simple and that important. So, while public comment will likely continue, the rule of law will be upheld. In order to determine your eligibility to serve on this case, I'm going to ask you questions, all as a group, and then I'm going to ask you to fill out a supplemental questionnaire. We have found that the use of this questionnaire is helpful for several reasons. First, there are some personal questions on it, and we ask that you be candid. In addition, the process of filling out the questionnaire provides the opportunity to be more reflective as you answer the questions, rather than being put on the spot and asked to give immediate answers. After you fill out the questionnaire, we will have you come up to the sidebar one at a time so that we can follow up with you on your answers to the questionnaire and to my questions. I want to thank you in advance for your patience as we go through this process. As you may know, the lawyers for the parties participate in the selection of the jury. Under our law, each of the parties has the right to exercise what we call juror challenges. This means that each party has the right to challenge a certain number of prospective jurors for any reason or for no reason at all. Therefore, some of you may be excused during the impanelment procedure. If you are not selected for jury service on this case, you should not take it personally. Don't think that somehow you're not a fair person, because it's not a reflection on you at all. You will be directed back to the jury room and perhaps be picked for another case. In a few minutes, I'll pose a number of questions to you as a group. You have just taken an oath that requires you to truthfully answer these questions and all questions posed to you. If your answer to any question is yes, I will ask that you raise your hand and hold up your juror card in the air with the numbers facing out so that the court officer can read the number from the card. You don't have to get your cards out yet. I'll tell you when it's time to get your cards out. Now, the fact that you answer yes to one of my questions does not mean that you're automatically disqualified from jury service. It simply means that there are matters that counsel and I must discuss with you. If you find a question posed to the group overly intrusive, you may elect to answer the question at sidebar. I may have additional questions for you which relate to issues that may be raised in the trial and are designed to give us information regarding your ability to serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case. And the lawyers are permitted to ask you questions for the same reason. This is not a test. There is no right or wrong answer to any question. We're simply looking for your honest and best answers to the questions. Now I'm going to have the lawyers introduce themselves. We'll start with the Commonwealth, and when the defense introduces themselves, please introduce your client. Mr. Brennan,
Your Honor.
please.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Hank Brennan. I represent the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Along with me are two other attorneys I'd like to introduce you to. All the way to my right is attorney Laura McLaughlin. And next to me is attorney Adam Lally.
Thank you. Defense counsel, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Alan Jackson. I have the privilege of representing Ms. Karen Reed, who is to my right.
Good morning, members of the jury. My name is Elizabeth Little, and I also have the privilege of representing Ms. Reed.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. My name is Robert Alessi, and I also have the privilege of representing Ms. Reed.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is David Yannetti. I'm an attorney. I have an office in Boston. I also have an office in Dedham. It's my privilege to represent Karen Reed.
Good morning, members of the jury. My name is Victoria George, and I have the pleasure of representing Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Karen Reed. Thank you for being here.
All right, thank you very much. Folks, I'm going to read a very lengthy witness list to you. It's important that you listen to the names because at some point I'm going to ask you whether you know any of these folks. So when you hear it, please listen to it in those terms. Now, it does not mean that all 150 witnesses are going to be called at trial, but you'll hear their names if they're not called. You may hear their names during trial. So it's important that we know if you know these folks. The list is alphabetical, but it's alphabetical by first name. So Aidan Kearney from Jefferson, Mass. Dr. Aziz Wolf from South Miami, Florida. Alfredo Lopelato from Canton. Allison McCabe, also Canton. Andre Porto from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab. Andrew Klain from Bridgewater. Andrew Rentschler, PhD from Pittsburgh. Angela Malvone from Canton, Annie Chung from Canton, Anthony Flamati from the Canton Fire Department, Ashley Bell from Canton, Ashley Valliere from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, Brian Albert from Norwood, Brian Albert Jr. from Boston, Brian Higgins from Sandwich, Brian Loughran from Canton, Brian Wanless, retired Canton Police Department, Bridget Meehan, keeper of the records in Canton, Caitlin Albert from Easton, Charles Ray, a lieutenant with the Canton Police Department, Chief of Police of Canton, Helena Rafferty, Chris Van E., PhD from Novi, Michigan, Christina Hanley from the Massachusetts State Police, Christopher Albert, Canton, Christopher Curran, Canton, Colleen Crawford from the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office in Canton, Colin Albert from Canton, Courtney Proctor from Canton, Kurt Roberts from Canton, Daniel Whitley from the Canton Fire Department, Daniel Wolf, PhD from Penns Park, Pennsylvania, Derek Ellington from Wake Forest, North Carolina, Dr. Marie Russell from Los Angeles, Dr. Elizabeth Loposada from Providence, Elizabeth Proctor from Canton, Eric Hanlon, Canton, Erin Beatty, Canton, Erin O'Keefe, West Bridgewater, Francis Walsh from the Canton Fire Department, Darren Wing from Green Cove Springs, Florida, Gary Fowler from Brockton, Gregory Woodbury from the Canton Fire Department, Gretchen Voss, Boston, Mass., Hannah Knowles from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, Heather Maxon from Walpole, Arabito Hernandez from the Boston Police Department, Holly Price from Mountain View, California, Ian Whiffen from Vienna, Virginia, Dr. Irene Scortibello from the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in Massachusetts, James Crosby, PhD, from Jacksonville, Florida, Jason Becker from the Canton Fire Department, Jean Demulis from Canton, Jennifer McCabe, also Canton, Jessica Hyde from Bridgeport, New York, John O'Keefe Sr. from Braintree, Judson Welcher, PhD, from a company called Aperture, LLC, Julie Albert from Canton, Julie Nagel from Canton, Dr. Justin Rice from South Weymouth. There's a juvenile whose initials are KF from Canton, and there's another juvenile whose initials are PF, also from Canton. Caitlin Boudreau from Raynham, Karina Kolakithis from Canton, Katie Camerano, also Canton, Katie McLaughlin from the Canton Fire Department, Keeper of the Records for Ring from Hawthorne, California, Kerry Curran from Canton, Kerry Roberts, Canton, Kevin Albert, Canton, Kevin O'Hara from the Massachusetts State Police, Lance Mello from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, Laura Sullivan from Pembroke, Laurie Cahill from Worcester, Leslie Pearlstein from Canton, Lieutenant Michael Lank from the Canton Police Department, Louis Jutras from Canton, Lieutenant Brian Tully from the Mass State Police, Lieutenant John Fanning from the Mass State Police, Lieutenant Paul Gallagher from the Canton Police, Maggie Gaffney from Bonita Springs, Florida, Mark Lopolato, from Canton, Margaret O'Keefe from Canton, Marietta Sullivan from Pembroke, Mary Souza, Dighton, Matthew Amory from Canton, Matthew DeSogra from Charlotte, North Carolina, Matthew Erickson from Grosse Pointe Farms, Michigan, Matthew Kelly, Canton Fire Department, Matthew Kelsch, the Federal Bureau of Investigations, Matthew McCabe from Canton, Maureen Harnett from the Mass State Police Crime Lab, Megan Mariani from New York, New York, Michael Camerano from Canton, Michael Easter from Los Angeles, California, Michael Trotta, Canton Public Works Department, Michael Wagner from Foxborough, Mike Maroli from Bridgewater, Mike Rushworth from Thompson Station, Tennessee, Natalie Week Burschneider from San Marino, California, Nathan Reed from Raynham, Nicholas Bradford from Lorton, Virginia, Nicholas Curran from West Roxbury, Nicholas Kolakithis from Canton, Nicole Albert from Norwood, Norfolk County District Attorney Michael Morrissey, Officer Kelly Deaver from the Boston Police Department, Officer Nicholas Barrows from the Dighton Police Department, Patrick Haggerty from Somerset, Paul Makowski from Melrose, Paul O'Keefe from Canton, Rebecca Bison from Canton, Rebecca Treyers from Norfolk, Mass, Dr. Renee Stonebridge from the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner's Office in Boston, Richard Green from St. Beach, Florida, Richard Donatino from Canton, Robert Gilman from Hull, Ryan Nagel from Canton, Sarah Levinson from Canton, Sergeant Brian Gallerini from the Needham Police Department, Sergeant Sean Good from the Canton Police Department, Sergeant Paul Giampietro from the Canton Police Department, Sergeant Yuri Buchanan from Massachusetts State Police, Shannon Burgess from South Lake, Texas, Cheryl Waugh from Canton, Sophie Herzan from the Mass State Police Crime Lab, Stephanie Devlin from the Mass State Police Crime Lab, Stephen Mullaney from the Canton Police Department, Steve Nelson from the Norfolk DA's office, Steve Bernstein, who is a keeper of the records in Stoughton, Stephen Ridge from the Boston Police Department, Stephen Saraf from the Canton Police Department, Stephen Scanlon from West Roxbury, Terry Kuhn from Davis, California, Tess Chart from Lorton, Virginia, Thomas Beatty, Canton, Thomas Kelleher, Canton, Thomas Martin, Weymouth, Timothy Nuttall from the Canton Fire Department, Tristan Morris from Easton, Trooper Connor Key for the Mass State Police, also from the Mass State Police, Trooper David DeChico, Trooper Evan Brent, Trooper Jeffrey Kostowski, Trooper Joseph Paul, Trooper Kathleen Prince, Trooper Michael Proctor, Trooper Nicholas Garino, Trooper Zachary Clark, Wendell Robery from Canton, William Reed from North Dayton. That's the list of witnesses, folks. So in a while, I'm going to ask you all if you know any of those folks. So as you can imagine, this case is expected to take a while. The lawyers tell me that once we get a jury, which may also take a while, once we get a jury, that it's estimated that the evidence in this case should take 6 to 8 weeks. We do our best to let you know in advance what we anticipate the length of trial will be. When we start the trial, we will go full days so that we can expedite the trial. The dates that I'm giving you, the 6 to 8 weeks, is the far end of what we expect this to be, just for planning purposes. So the days will begin at 9 o'clock. We'll take a recess at about 11 for 15 or 20 minutes. We'll go until 1. Lunch will be brought into you. We'll start up sometime around 2 and go till 4 o'clock or 4:30 every day. And there'll be days off here and there throughout the schedule, and perhaps half days throughout the schedule. So that's the schedule that we intend to keep. Now, it might help you if I give you a preview right now about some basic law that applies to criminal cases like this. It's my job to teach the jury the law, and I don't do that completely until the end of the trial. So for now, I'll give you a very brief summary of some of the legal principles that govern the trial. First, and most basically, the defendant starts this trial presumed to be innocent. The fact that she was arrested or that she was indicted is not proof of anything. An indictment is just a piece of paper. It just makes an accusation. An indictment is merely a formal manner of accusing a person of a crime in order to bring her to trial in the superior court. But it is only the jury, in other words, you folks, who can decide whether the prosecution has proved its case beyond a reasonable doubt. If the Commonwealth does not do that, then the presumption of innocence requires you to find the defendant not guilty. The law does not require a defendant to prove her innocence, to produce any evidence whatsoever, or to do anything other than attend the trial. This presumption of innocence remains with the defendant until you, the jury, make your determination after listening and considering all the evidence. Another important principle of law is that the defendant has an absolute right not to testify, since the entire burden of proof in this case is on the Commonwealth to prove that she is guilty. Under our system of law, a defendant has a perfect right to say to the Commonwealth, "You accuse me, now you prove it, and prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. I do not have to say a word." A defendant's decision whether or not to testify has nothing to do with the question of whether she is guilty or not guilty. The jury must not consider it in any way or even discuss it in their deliberations. Jurors in a criminal case must determine whether the Commonwealth has proved its case against the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt based solely on the testimony of the witnesses and the exhibits. That brings me to the requirement of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. What is proof beyond a reasonable doubt? The term is often used and probably pretty well understood, though it is not easily defined. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all possible doubt. For everything in the lives of human beings is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. A charge is proved beyond a reasonable doubt if, after you have compared and considered all the evidence, you have in your minds an abiding conviction to a moral certainty that the charge is true. When we refer to moral certainty, we mean the highest degree of certainty possible in matters relating to human affairs based solely on the evidence that has been put before the jury in this case. I have told you that every person is presumed to be innocent unless and until he or she is proved guilty, and that the burden of proof is on the Commonwealth. If you evaluate all the evidence and you still have a reasonable doubt remaining, the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be acquitted. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to establish a probability, even a strong probability, that the defendant is more likely to be guilty than not guilty. That is not enough. Instead, the evidence must convince you of the defendant's guilt to a reasonable and moral certainty, a certainty that convinces your understanding and satisfies your reason and judgment as jurors who are sworn to act conscientiously on the evidence. This is what we mean by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. A juror's job is to find the facts. In determining the facts, you may draw reasonable inferences from the evidence that you believe because you're entitled to rely upon both direct and circumstantial evidence. I'll define those terms in greater detail later, but direct evidence essentially is evidence of what a witness claims to have seen or heard or touched or somehow perceived with his or her own senses. Circumstantial evidence exists where a witness does not testify directly to the fact that is sought to be proven, but you are provided with evidence of other facts and then asked to draw reasonable inferences from them about the fact that is sought to be proved. Jurors are entitled to consider both kinds of evidence. There is no difference at all in the probative value between direct and circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence is competent to establish guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, I've used the word inference. An inference is a logical deduction or conclusion that you may, but are not required to draw from evidence that you have accepted as believable. Inferences are little steps in reasoning, steps in which you take some known information, apply your experience in life to it, and then draw a conclusion. An inference drawn from circumstantial evidence need not be necessary or inescapable, but any inference which you do draw must be reasonable and possible. It must be logical. It must be a natural one which is not too remote in the ordinary course of events. You may not guess, you may not speculate or engage in surmise. When the evidence tends equally to give rise to either of two inconsistent propositions, the Commonwealth has established neither proposition. In order to convict the defendant, you must find that all of the evidence and the reasonable inferences that you have drawn, taken together, prove that she is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, our system of justice depends on judges like me and jurors like you being able and willing to make careful and fair decisions. All people deserve fair and equal treatment in our system of justice, regardless of their race, national origin, religion, age, ability, gender, sexual orientation, education, income level, or any other personal characteristic. You have agreed to be fair, and I'm sure that you want to be fair, but that is not always easy. One difficulty comes from our own built-in expectations and assumptions. They exist even if we are not aware of them, and even if we believe we do not have them. Some of you may have heard this called implicit bias, and that is what I'm talking about. We judges have the same problem, obviously, as everyone else, so let me share a few strategies that we have found useful. First, slow down. Do not rush to a decision. Hasty decisions are more likely to reflect stereotypes or hidden biases. Second, keep an open mind. Avoid drawing conclusions until the end of the case when you and your fellow jurors deliberate. Remember that when you deliberate, you will have all the evidence and all the time you need to make a careful decision. So there truly is no need to stop making up your mind before then. Third, you should listen closely to all the witnesses. That is the best way to ensure that you decide this case based on the evidence and the law instead of on unsupported assumptions. Fourth, As you listen to the testimony about the people involved in this case, consider them as individuals rather than as members of a particular group. Finally, I might ask myself, would I view the evidence differently if the people were from different groups, such as different racial, ethnic, or gender identity groups? At the end of the case, I will remind you of these strategies and ask you to focus on the evidence instead of any unsupported assumptions you may have. All we ask is that you individually and as a group do your best to resolve this case based upon the evidence and law without sympathy, bias, or prejudice, to the best of your ability as human beings. Now, I know that some of this may be confusing, and perhaps all of it's confusing at this early stage of the case. You'll certainly be in a better position to understand this at the end of the case when you've heard all the evidence and I can explain the law in detail. So don't be worried if you didn't catch everything I've said. Why am I telling you these things now? Because we need to know if you are able to follow the law in this case. You don't necessarily have to agree with the law, but all the jurors will have to apply the law as I describe it. So for jury selection, it's important to know if any of you might have doubts whether you can accept and follow these legal rules. So I'm going to ask you questions in a few minutes. So if your answer is yes to any of my questions, please raise your hand. Before we begin, though, I understand that sometimes jurors do not fill out the juror questionnaires completely, that sometimes we are in a rush to send them in, or sometimes we don't think that our situation applies to the question that is asked. If the lawyers and I notice that the questionnaire appears to be incomplete, we may ask you to answer the question for us. Also, if you know now that you failed to include information on the questionnaire, for example, a work history, prior involvement with the court, whether as a party in a case, a witness, or a juror, please let us know. So while you're taking out your cards, I will see counsel and Chief Rosen, juror number 79 too, and counsel at sidebar, please.
Hey guys.
So now I have questions that I'm going to ask you, and the court officers will read your number, so if you have that card, and hold it high, please.
It's
Do
on
any of you folks or a close
NEC and
personal friend or family
to
member
Tommy.
know, or have you had
Okay.
any prior dealings with any
There we
witnesses?
go. We're back.
Please raise your hand.
83.
Juror number 46, 46.
Juror number 90.
All right, thank you. Do any of you folks or a close personal friend or family member know, or have you had any prior dealings with the lawyers in this case or with the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office? I see no affirmative responses. Do any of you folks or a close personal friend or family member have any financial or other personal interest whatsoever in this case or its outcome? I see no affirmative responses. Has anyone seen, heard, or talked about this case? Please raise your hand.
Juror number 47, 47. Juror number 108, 108. Juror number 54, 54. Juror number 4. Juror number 7. Juror number 95, 95. Juror number 12, 12. Juror number 35, 35. Juror number 2. Juror number 107, 107. Juror number 41, 41. Juror number 46, 46. Juror number 24, 24. Juror number 97, 97. Juror number 23, 23. Juror number 99, 99.
Juror number 25. 25. Juror number 90. 90. Juror number 92. 92. Juror number 91. 91. Juror 106. Juror number 101. Juror number 68. Juror number 65. Juror number 105. Juror number 60. Juror number 115, 115. Juror number 76. Juror number 66. Juror number 85.
Juror number 57, 57. Juror number 6. Juror number 96, 96. Juror 109. Juror 113, 13. Juror 73, 73. Juror 31, 31. Juror 32, 32. Juror 111, 111. Juror 88. Juror 53, 53. Juror 110. Juror 59, 59. Juror 40, 40. Juror 94, 94. Juror 3. Juror 86, 86. And juror 62, 62. Juror 84, 84. Juror 112, 112. Juror 64, 64. Juror 82, 82. Juror 19, 19. Juror 77. Juror 17, 17. Juror number 75, 75. Juror number 38. Juror number 43. Juror number 29. Juror number 87. Juror number 28. Juror number 56. Juror number 113. Juror number 36. Juror number 98. Juror number 83. Juror number 72. Juror number 14. Juror number 42. Juror number 78. Juror number 18. Juror number 67. Juror number 37. Juror number 69. Juror number 63. And juror number 22.
Juror number 30, 30. Juror number 45, 4-5.
Okay, thank you. Have any of you folks expressed or formed any opinion with respect to this case? If so, please raise your hand.
Juror number 108, 108. Juror number 7. Juror number 95, 95. Juror number 107, 107. Juror number 2. Juror number 35, 35. Juror number 80. Juror number 97, 97.
Juror number 90, 90. Juror number 91. Juror 106. Juror 101. Juror 105. Juror 60. Juror 115, 115. Juror number 66. Juror number 85.
Juror 109, Juror 73, 73, Juror 86, Juror number 3, Juror 94, Juror 40, Juror 59, Juror 53, Juror 84, Juror 112, 112, Juror 64, Juror 82, Juror 77, Juror 17, 17. Juror number 75, Juror number 43, Juror number 29, Juror number 28, Juror number 113, Juror number 36, Juror number 18, Juror number 37, and Juror number 22.
All right, thank you. Are any of you folks aware of any bias or prejudice that you may have in regard to this case or in favor of or against either of the parties? If you believe that you might have a bias, please raise your hand.
Juror number 25. Juror number 8. Juror 90. Juror 91. Juror 101. Juror 105. Juror 65. Juror number 60. Juror number 115, 115. Juror number 66. Juror number 85.
Juror number 17, Juror number 38, Juror number 36, Juror number 37, Juror number 3.
All right, thank you. Do any of you folks have any difficulty hearing or any problem with understanding the English language, any physical or mental condition, or any religious or philosophical beliefs that would interfere with your ability to hear the evidence in this case, to understand the evidence, to concentrate during the trial, or to deliberate for the purpose of reaching a verdict? If so, please raise your hand.
Juror number 95, 95. Juror number 8.
Juror 101, 101. Juror number 65. Juror 105.
Juror number 13, Juror 31, 31. Juror 75, Juror 36, Juror 98.
Juror number 33, 0.
Okay. Would any of you folks have any difficulty following the concepts that I've described? First, that the burden of proof rests entirely with the Commonwealth. Second, that that burden of proof is proof beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. And third, that the defendant has absolutely no burden. She's presumed to be innocent unless and until the jury determines that the Commonwealth has proved its case beyond a reasonable doubt. Is there anyone who would have difficulty following those very important constitutional concepts?
Juror number 58, 58. Juror number 8.
Okay. Now, I can tell you folks that after every jury trial, I talk to jurors, and they often tell me not only that their jury experience was an interesting one, but a rewarding one. I do understand, though, that for a few of you, however, service in this jury may be a substantial hardship. And let me explain what I mean by that. It's something more than mere inconvenience, because every civic duty we have causes us to be inconvenienced. It's far more extraordinary. It's something that would justify your being excused and a fellow juror having to serve in your place. I do understand, though, that it may be a substantial hardship. So if anyone has a substantial hardship, and what I typically mean by this is you have airline tickets or surgery scheduled during the course of this trial. But bearing in mind that this case may take 6 to 8 weeks to try according to the schedule that I've described, and keep in mind that I'll only excuse those who have a substantial hardship. If you think you are in that group, please raise your hand.
Juror number 97, 97. Juror number 47, 47. Juror 108, 108. Juror number 8. Juror number 50. Juror number 7. Juror number 23, 23. Juror number 24, 24.
Juror number 90. Juror number 91. 106. 101. 34. 105. 70. 80. 60.
Juror 6, Juror 109, 13, 31, 32, 88, 53, 110, Juror 3, 112, 64, 82, 17, 17. Juror number 43, Juror number 42, Juror number 69, Juror number 63. Juror number 62, 62.
Juror number 41, 41.
All right. So in a few minutes, I'm going to leave the bench to give you a chance to fill out the supplemental questionnaires that we have. I ask that you not talk to anyone around you or share with any other prospective juror or anyone any questions or comments or concerns that you may have about jury duty, either generally or in this particular case. If you should have any questions or concerns, you can raise that when you come back to talk to me. So we appreciate your patience. We understand that this will take a while, but I will recess now for you to do that. All right. Thank you.
All rise for the court.
You're going to fill out this 3-page supplemental.
President Trump is truly turning America back into a.
Well, I'm hearing news media about President Trump. I don't know how he got into our Karen Reed case, but if he wants to be fair about it, we welcome him. Okay, so let me just go back to where I was with your questions, then we'll talk about what's happening. ADHD in the making, question, how can they legally use name Trooper Proctor when he was discharged prior to this list? Well, you got me. I guess he's appealing it, so I guess technically I don't know whether you can still use Trooper rather than former Trooper Proctor, but that's what was decided, because I don't know if she's going to allow them to mention the fact that he was, I say fired, everyone else says dishonorably discharged. I like the word fired. You know, Michael likes the word dishonorably discharged, but whatever it is, he's no longer a trooper in our mind. But the interesting issue, I wonder if they had discussions about that, especially if he gets on the stand for whoever. Okay. Yeah, dishonorably discharged, but he's still Trooper Proctor. Well, maybe, I guess she's not going to say former Trooper Proctor until that comes in as evidence. So are they dismissed with an affirmative vote? Okay, the ones that'll probably be dismissed usually are the ones, although she's going to question them and try to get them
Oh, 1 second, guys.
To your client. So that was a big deal, truly a big deal. Okay, so let's talk about what was filed. Let's first talk about the jury questionnaire that they're going to fill out. This is the 3-page one, the clean copy right here. And the first thing I did is go to page 3, and hopefully we can post it on our X account, our X Twitter account, in some way. We'll be working on that. But we had Richard Gabriel on, who is the extraordinary jury consultant. You may not like what he had to say. He thought the first questionnaire was just terrible. The second questionnaire, I think if he sees this on the media, he may say it's worse, because the one question that you needed to ask the jurors is, well, you've heard all this stuff because the first question is, do you have any knowledge of this case from any source? And probably everyone's going to say yes. And it says television, radio, newspapers, magazine, internet, Twitter, X, social media, and then there's a checkoff for Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, other, podcasts, family, friends, observation in the community, overheard discussions, and other. I would note they did add Facebook to this one before they had not. He says, instead of asking what are the details you're able to recall, it should be, so what did you think? All right. What did you think when you heard all that? To get them to open up, to start talking about what they thought. And then from that, you can glean who may be biased, who may be impartial, who may be unfair. That question is not there. All right. The most important question that could be asked, because then it goes on and it says, what are the details of the case you're able to recall? Yada, yada. Okay. Are you aware of any specific impact this criminal allegation has had on your community? Huh? Okay. All right. But that doesn't go to, can you be fair to Karen Reed, right? To impartiality. Remember, he said bias and impartiality are two separate things. Then he says, what is your primary source of news and information? How often do you read print or online newspapers, magazines, blog, and what sources? How often are you exposed to news from radio, television, podcasts, or social media, and in what sources? Well, that's why you have the top question, right? What is your familiarity with the case prior to today? That's about the most open-ended question you have, but it doesn't say, what do you think? What are your internal thoughts? Have you had discussions about this case prior to today? Yeah, well, okay. Yeah, I've had discussions about it, but, that's, again, doesn't get into what do you think, all right? Is there any reason you would be unable to follow an instruction that during your jury service, you may not read any news or media accounts about this case, watch or listen to any media or news broadcasts or commentary about this case, discuss this case with anyone, research or look this case up on the internet, or perform independent research? So they're asking, have you had any problems with that? Or can you follow that? Of course, they're all going to say yes if they want to be on the jury. We can follow that. Whether they do or not is a whole different story. Then it says, is there any reason you would be unable to follow an instruction that during your jury service, you may not read or view social media articles, posts, videos, podcasts, or other non-traditional media platforms that may discuss the case? Well, isn't that really what 10 is about? It's the same thing, but now it's going specifically to podcasts. Maybe they're watching Justice Served TV. All right. And then the final media question on page 3, that's the media page. Is there any reason that if you are inadvertently exposed to extrajudicial influence or media about this case, you'd be unable to follow an instruction that you must report an exposure to the court officer? Well, you're going to tell them that in their jury instructions anyhow. This doesn't get to their impartiality or their biases. It really doesn't. This is, in my opinion, a terrible questionnaire when it comes to the media. Now, what do we also have? We have a specific question relating to 2 specific questions that were important. She brought in, I think, she was saying over 269 jurors, 250 today, right? And she may send 50 home depending on how far they get. Well, she may be needing those 250 today, because the question is, have you formed an opinion, right? Have you formed an opinion on this case? 40 people raised their hands. Now, if she's only got 50 there, because that quorum I don't think holds 250, if she's only got 50, 4/5 of the people in there raised their hands and said they formed an opinion, right? Formed an opinion about this case. Now, if she's got all 250 in there, she's got almost 10%, or 10% who formed an opinion, right? Basically, that's a lot. So now you have to bring them up to sidebar individually, do an individual voir dire, and ask what their opinion is. You don't do it in front of other jurors, although Inspector the judge did, even though we objected, because you don't want other jurors who haven't formed an opinion to be infected. But then, of course, you got to think about the other jurors, right? You got to think about the other jurors, because 10 people have not, if there's only 50 there. And I'm giving you 50 because that's the number I'm going to use right now. Are those 10 people stealth jurors that want to be on the jury? So that's what, if you have a jury consultant, that's what I'm telling the defense. Are they, if they haven't formed an opinion, are they stealth? Because they know if they have not formed an opinion, they get a good possibility of getting on the jury. If they have formed an opinion one way or another, they'll tried to be rehabilitated by one side or another, depending on what opinion they have formed, right? And sometimes jurors they'll say, I think she's guilty. And then the prosecution will say, well, can you follow the juror instructions? You know that we're in the United States of America, blah, blah, blah. And then what happens? They say, okay, I can follow the juror instructions. And that's a bad juror then for the defense. And the same goes with the prosecution is going to be looking for that. If someone says, I formed an opinion that Karen Reed is not guilty, what will happen is in terms of rehabilitation, the prosecution may just say, we want this person out, right? We want this out. It always works this way. If they formed an opinion that says somebody is guilty, they'll try to rehabilitate the juror so that the defense has to use a challenge. If they formed an opinion that says somebody's not guilty, the prosecution will say out, and the judge will usually go along with it. And I'm just telling you the inside information. That's usually how it works, okay? And all. But that's 40 people who formed an opinion already. And then in terms of, are you biased in one way or another? Well, look at it this way. If you formed an opinion, of course you have of course you're not impartial. Of course you have a bias one way or another. That was 16 people. So it wasn't the whole 40 who recognized. And I'd be interested to know if in the 16, are they the same? Are those 16 people included within the 40 that raised their hand? I don't know that because it was going so fast. I could not take the jury numbers. I'm sure if we go back and watch it, watch the stream, we'll be able to take the jury numbers, and maybe one of our mods or somebody who's watching this can do that for us. Take the jury numbers of who said they had formed an opinion and see if the jury numbers of who said they were biased are the same people, and the jury numbers of the two who said they could not follow the burden of proof that Karen Reed is innocent until proven guilty. And the state must prove her guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. If any of those coincide, I'd love to see that for any of you that have the time to do that. You'd have to go back on our live feed, which is still right on YouTube there, and see if you can get those jury numbers. I just had to take the check marks because I needed to know for you and discuss how many people were biased and not. So it really is interesting. Now, that's page 3, and I'm focusing on page 3 of the jury questionnaire because to me, that's the most important part of the jury questionnaire, to see if we can get an impartial jury. Now, when I say that, of course, you're really not looking for an impartial jury, are you? If you're the prosecution, you are looking for the stealth jury that has formed an opinion. If you're the defense, you're looking for the juror that kind of leads to either, I'm going to listen to the evidence, or I am going to, or I have an opinion she's being treated unfairly, but you don't think it's a bias. You don't think it's a bias in any matter. But we all say we're looking for the impartial jury. Really, we're looking for the juror that either will listen to the case or the juror that we know, based on the research we have done, the sociological research of the best kind of juror, who would be informative for us or good for us in the jury room. So again, the whole idea of getting a juror that hasn't formed any opinions is ridiculous. And the stealth jurors, I'd be the one I worry about. The stealth jurors, the 10 who, if there are 50 there, the 10 who, and I think it looks like that based on the numbers, 10 who said, you know, they have, they clearly have not formed any opinion because they want on that jury pool. Now, good or bad? Do they want it on because they're for Karen Read or they're against Karen Read? I thought it was also interesting that when she asked, has anyone had any interactions with law enforcement? And I think I said this as I was doing the side there. She did not, you know, she absolutely did not put the Canton Police Department or the Massachusetts State Police specifically in there. And we all know that this case is a vehicle for the discontent that the citizens have apparently up there with what they believe is a system that is biased against them, the individual. And we're going to do some interesting, we're cutting it right now. Michael Bryant was there. As you know, we did the walk and talks for over an hour before court actually started. He was in the buffer zone. He's not wearing anything. He didn't even have a Justice Served TV microphone. He just has his phone. He's filming it for us, what he could see, showing us as if we were there. This is his 5th trip up there. Went to where the protesters or demonstrators are, I call it penned in. They're not penned, but they're way far away in a little corner parking lot. And the Dedham police did release a statement about that, which we're also going to get to. He went there and he walked back and forth, and he was with Scott McGinnis, who's been on our show. Scott covered his Free Karen Read side because everyone has to walk the other way to go to this bagel shop that apparently everybody gets. And one of the people that are watching us, who did give us her name, said, well, it was a really good bagel shop. Not New York bagels, but really good bagel shop. And Scott did have a Free Karen Read sticker apparently on his lapel. And we're going to show you that law enforcement ripped that sticker off. Rip the sticker off, okay? All right. We're also going to show you a clip on our X account and also hopefully our Justice Served TV, but it's going to go on our X so that you can see it quickly too. That Michael Bryant, was he threatened or not? Well, here's what happened. He's been walking back and forth in front of the courthouse to get to where the protesters are. He also wanted to show us, we saw Karen Read come in, and we're going to have that clip. We saw Hank Brennan come in. We're going to have that clip. We saw Aidan Carney, Dr. Turtleboy, being interviewed by media. Apparently, they're going to do somebody's doing some kind of documentary on him, and he and his girlfriend Melanie were being interviewed. We saw other people walking back and forth, some that were going into the courthouse that spoke to Michael on the phone. We didn't have our Justice Served TV. We're just on our cell phone there. So not to cause any havoc, but most people know who Michael is right now since he's been there. But the police that were in front, when he walked back the 5th time, said to him, I see you've walked back and forth here 5 times. Are you planning to do this all day? And then there was some indication that he had to stop walking back and forth. He best tells it, and we're going to see it. And we're going to say, is that like some kind of threat? I mean, I've seen you walking back and forth here 5 times. What does that mean? He's a member of the public. It's public property. He doesn't have a Free Karen Read sign. He is an independent journalist. He's not even showing that he is a journalist. He's just showing he's a person. What does that mean? You mean if you walk the 6th time, you're going to get arrested? Is that what that means? And Dedham Police, if that's what you're saying, that is pretty bad, because that means, in our opinion, you got some issues. And that if Michael Bryant does get arrested because he's walking on the sidewalk in the buffer zone, but he is not demonstrating, he is not congregating, that's pretty bad. And apparently, while there is a rule that you can't gather in the buffer zone, the police are indicating that if you're walking with another person and talking, that may be a problem. That may be an issue. 2 people walking, talking, that may be, according to the police gathering. And we did hear, and you're going to have another clip. We heard that Michael Bryant said he walked past and it gathered on our microphone because you could hear them. They were talking loud. They know he's got the mic on. They know he's got the camera mic from his phone that's on his old phone. And they said, and Michael Bryant said, they said, we got the paddy wagon here. We'll give them one more warning, and we'll make some fucking arrests. Okay, that's not my language. You're going to hear that from the cops here. So they're already in this mode. We're going to make some fucking arrests. You can't walk back 5 times. They're in this mode. Now that's not for public protection. Okay, that's not threatening. There's nobody wearing gang tattoos. There's nobody in gang colors there, especially our own Michael Bryant. So this is going to be a real issue for Justice Serve TV if that happens. All right. That is absolutely intimidating. I think it's threatening. I think it's ridiculous. And we here at Justice Serve TV, we wouldn't fair to everybody. We invite everybody on our show who wants to come on, whether you like Karen Reed or not. We haven't kicked anybody off who is anti-Karen Reed. We just ask you not to attack people personally. Michael is a lawyer. He's a journalist. As you know, he's won an Emmy. He's been there. But apparently, you can't walk on a public sidewalk 5 times because then you may be doing something wrong. And that is going to be outrageously if something happens to him. So we're going to post that, and we're going to ask you all, once we post that, to repost it for us, please. Also, hit the like button right now if you can. I know a lot of you are watching, but please hit that like button, even though we're live. This is just like we're doing a live show at 6 o'clock tonight, by the way. We're here. And I'm so glad we covered this morning because there was no journalist, as you saw, who went from left to right, from the courthouse to where the protesters are gathering, back and forth to show you there's even signs that say no buffer zone. There was no journalist. There was no outlet. Only Justice Serve TV was the only one there doing that, okay? You didn't see any legacy media doing that. They're just coming, look, let me walk in here. Let me see what's happening. Let me walk away, okay? We're trying to get the scoop of what the community feels, what it's like to be there, and the whole buffer zone. Yes, the buffer zone is for safety, but you really think Michael Bryant looks unsafe? You really think he looks like a threat carrying a phone, or is maybe carrying a phone, taping and showing in a camera what you're seeing? That's considered a threat. Well, that should not be considered a threat, okay? All right. Truth here. Come here, Justice Serve Truth. But despite that, let's go through truthfully before I go through the other 2 pages of the jury questionnaire. The town of Dedham issued through its chief of police a community notification with 2 pages of, and hopefully we can post this on our X account. By the way, here's I don't know if you can see it from here, but here is the where the protesters could go. Oh my gosh. It's this little tiny corner. You see that arrow down there? That's where they are, way down there. Okay. And they say, on Tuesday, April 1st, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed trial is scheduled to begin at Norfolk County Superior Court located at 650 High Street in Dedham. This case continues to attract significant amount of attention in the media, on social media, and at the courthouse during related events. Through multi-agency collaboration, a plan has been formulated to provide for safety and security for all in and around the trial venue. The justice on this case, that means that's Justice Cannoni, has issued a memorandum of decision and order on Commonwealth's motion for buffer zone and order prohibiting signs or clothing in favor of either party or law enforcement. And they attach a copy of the order with the pictures, right? Please note that the buffer zone, as articulated in the order, has expanded westerly of the Superior Court as compared to the first trial of this case. Now, Michael Bryan showed you that where people went to park and to sit and to watch has now been eliminated. It's now included in the buffer zone, and the people that want to have their voices heard through the First Amendment are not allowed to go there. Even if they're anti-Karen Reed people, they can't go there, right? This is a uniform order against the First Amendment, basically. And yes, of course, you can have some buffer zones for security. But you go down here in New York City, who has the Center Street, who has the most important defendant you've ever seen. The buffer zone is like a sidewalk. You go across the street to the park. I mean, like you walk down the steps, you go on the sidewalk, and you cross this little teeny weeny street called Center Street, and there's a park, and everyone gathers, and the media is there. And sometimes there'll be media even on the side of the courthouse. And you haven't seen anything happen there, have you? Okay, so a designated peaceful demonstration area outside of the buffer zone will be reserved in the Keystone parking lot on Eastern Avenue, closest to the intersection of Providence Highway and Eastern Avenue. That's where you saw, if you watch Michael Bryant, you saw him this morning down there talking to the people that are peacefully protesting. We ask anyone who may plan on peacefully protesting to read and comply with the court order. The beginning of the buffer zone on public ways will be marked with signage to inform members of the public, which it is. You saw those little white and red signs. They're not very big. They're like, no parking here from 2 to 6 type signs that you have everywhere. I mean, they're not like big signs, little tiny signs. Okay. Norfolk Street will be closed during trial-related activity at the courthouse between Court and Pearl Street. Pearl Street may be closed intermittently throughout the trial. There are no other planned road or sidewalk closures at this time. Now, the order didn't talk about sidewalk closures, right? You just can't gather in certain locations. All right. I don't remember Judge Beverly's counting on these orders talking about sidewalk closures, but if it did, fine. I get that. Sometimes you have to close things for security and for safety, even if it's not in the court order. Roadways, sidewalks, and businesses will remain open to members of the public as usual. Okay, so here we have it. Roadways, sidewalks, and businesses will remain open to members of the public as usual. That's our own Michael Bryant walking 5 times past. If he took 6 times past or 7 times past, because he's got to get from the bagel shop to where the protesters are. So what? You're going to keep account on that? I mean, especially since the sidewalks are not supposed to be closed. The only thing you can't do is wear free Karen Reed material, free Karen Reed signs, which is why you saw Scott McGinnis having a garbage bag covering his sign. All right. We anticipate that there will be an increase in activity in the area during this trial. We urge all to exercise patience when traversing the area. If you need a place to park, please park in legal parking spaces and in compliance with posted restrictions. And then there's a little gray thing that's apparently on all their press releases. The mission of the Dedham Police Department is to protect and serve the citizens of Dedham through collaboration, preventative programs, and the judicious enforcement of the laws of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and the bylaws of the town of Dedham. Well, let's hope. And when we go back to the cops that said, we'll give them one warning and fuck them, we'll make some arrests or something like that. We'll make some fucking arrests or something like that. Please excuse my language. It's not mine. I'm using what the cops are saying. And I think it's important to use that language, okay? There's a book that I had in my law school when I was in law school that talked about how that word expresses an intent like no other word in the English language. So if you can say, what do you, that's what they were using it for. They were going to make some fucking arrests. That's why they told Michael Bryant, was it threatening? I've seen you walk here 5 times now. You planning to do that more? All right. So what? So what? Okay. So what? All right. Now let's go to some of your questions here on this, and then we'll go back to the question. Again, and some other things that were filed, such as the Commonwealth's motion for parameters of jury empanelment and the Commonwealth's motion for a larger screen in the courtroom. That one's not, that one's kind of like, okay, they want a big screen, but so what? But the others are very interesting. So Afton, hi Afton, nice to see you. I thought Judge Cannoni eliminated the police enforcement part from that motion. Yeah, I thought she did too, except that she said it was like reasonable. They could use reasonable measures or something like that. But the threat of we'll give them one warning for what? Are they talking about people that are violating and are protesting? Are they talking about people that walk through to get to the bagel shop and have their signs covered? Are they talking about citizens that want to stand there because you can't gather? I guess gathering means you can't stop. Gather and stop are two separate issues, right? So Michael Bryan, he can't stop like on a corner. He's got to stop on a corner to cross the street when he's doing an interview. That's stop. I guess that's gathering, according to the police. All right, we're going to see, because somebody's going to get arrested that should not be arrested. You know that's coming in this trial. Okay, especially with the attitude of, again, I'm going to repeat, and we're going to post it, and Dizzy will tell me when it's posted, on Justice Serve TV. And I think it was picked up on Michael Bryant's microphone. If not, he and I discussed it. They said, we've got the paddy wagon here. We'll give them one morning. Now we're going to make some fucking arrests, okay? That's an attitude. That's tude, baby, okay? And they're not talking about making arrests for people that are protesting for the prosecution. They're talking about making arrests for people who are protesting against the prosecution, or people maybe they don't like if they walk past 6 times. So Michael Bryant, by the way, is on his way to another location to film something for a program we're doing this week. I'll let you know that after, because I don't want anyone interfering with him later this week. So stay tuned Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday for our coverage on where he is going. Where is Michael going? I don't know. I'm giving away a mug on that. All right. So let me go to ADHD in the making again. Hi, Linda. Are you able to get in-state and out-of-state attorneys to petition Judge Cannoni in Massachusetts, speaking to papers and news stations? These people need help watching from Australia. Well, first of all, people have to come to you as an attorney, and then you have to get a local attorney if you want to challenge anything that's been done. For instance, if Michael Bryant were arrested, Justice Serve TV would obviously hire a local attorney for him, and we'd, I am part of Justice Serve TV, so I don't know if I can represent him in that, but we certainly would hire, and we'd also ask news media organizations to come in. Interestingly enough, they only tend to come in when hire attorneys when something in the courtroom is not being streamed that they want to do. And we are not part of, that, but all these news organizations are under such fire right now that they've eliminated a lot of stuff. It'll be interesting to see what type of coverage there is. CNN apparently got on the bandwagon this morning, even though they really haven't been there like we've been there. And they did a 13-minute segment with a commentator who has not been to, who's a great commentator, great person, but she's not been to Dedham. She hasn't talked to people. She hasn't seen what we've seen. She hasn't discussed what we've discussed with you, and hopefully that's why you're all here. So yeah, you can get in and out of state attorneys. Out of state attorneys have to be admitted pro hoc vice by an in-state attorney. Kind of interesting on that point. If you notice when David Yannetti this morning got up and introduced himself, he introduced himself as having an office in Boston and right here in Dedham. He wanted to make sure that jury knew that he was a local attorney. Of course, the first attorney to get up and introduce himself was Alan Jackson. And despite what you want to say, that they don't define their roles as lead, Alan Jackson is lead attorney in this case. All right. There's no doubt in my mind. There's always a question about, hey, you have so many attorneys at the jury table. I don't mind that. I mean, the state has attorneys in the back helping them constantly. They have 3 attorneys there at the table and a lot behind the scenes, as you know. Notice that Hank Brennan didn't say he was a special prosecutor. He just said he represented the people of the Commonwealth. Okay, that's my little nose on that. Hills Bills. Hi, Hills Bills. How are you? We talked to Tom CPU briefly this morning. It turns out Tom CPU loves my husband, didn't know we were married. So I really want to know when I ask him a question, does he love me independently? Am I good independently? All right, I did a little joke for you. Of course, he was great. Hills Bills, he's safe. I'm not going to tell you where he is because I don't want anyone to interfere with where he may be going. But he is making a road trip. He will be back tonight for the show. He'll be back on scene in the courthouse for the show. But he is safe. And if something does happen to him, I will announce it broadly on our Justice Serve TV Twitter if something happens to him for where he is going. But right now he is safe. I don't want to do a where in the world is Michael because I do not want to attract attention for where he may be going, the spots he may be going right now. All right. He's taken our mini Starlink with him this time where he can set up. And tonight he will be set up. As you know, we had to do a walkthrough with the phone. We learned a few things. We learned we need a little better button mic on mic. We can keep that. Hills Bills of where he is. But right now he is safe. I spoke to him on the phone. That's kind of like when I went off the air there for a while. I was behind the scenes. I was actually on the phone with Michael Bryant at that time. So just so you know. I was trying to get my avatar up. You want to see my avatar, by the way? Just 1 second. I'll give you my avatar. See that avatar there? You know who that is? You all know who that is? That's my avatar. That is the member of that's my co-counsel in many cases. That's Tubi the Poodle. All right. He's not behind me. That's Valjean the Poodle behind me. It's Tubi the Poodle. And so sometimes when I go behind the scenes, so I can have a sip of coffee or eat a Girl Scout cookie, which I have here. Okay, this is a little secret here. That's my breakfast. It's not really good. I'm going to unmute that, but I will stop my cam and I will put Tubi the Poodle up there. There he is. Okay, that's him. And we stopped and saw the little Frenchie today. Wasn't that a Frenchie that was wearing a little pink coat? Michael Bryant pet him. You know that all of our dogs are very important to us. Domino for Michael Bryant, Tubi the Poodle for me. They are members of our family, and we will make sure. I mean, I'm appalled when I see people hurting animals, but Michael is safe. Tubi the Poodle safe. Everything. Okay, so I'm going to just hide you for a second there, Hills Bills. Let's go to Kevin Honky. Here you go again, Kevin Honky Brennan spell checker. Someday you're going to have to tell us why that is there, because you know that it's not my spell checker. I know how to spell. It's my nails. I just can't keyboard. I'm a terrible keyboarder. Could an interested party file for an injunction to pause the buffer zone pending a hearing on constitutionality? I think the Massachusetts Supreme Court, this went up last time, when the free carry people wanted to make sure they had a place to petition. And they took it to the Supreme Judicial Court, and the Supreme Judicial Court did allow the buffer zone, albeit it was a different buffer zone. I think the bigger issue is how you interpret the words of the judge when she says you can't gather. That two people is interpreted as being gathering, two people talking and walking. That one person who may stop to give an independent news report is considered gathering. That stopping when you're at a light to cross the street and you're talking with somebody about their views is considered gathering. I think that's the problem. And the problem that you have there is you really need someone to get arrested and thrown in the hooskow, right? Into the paddy wagon, right? That's exactly what you really need, right? That's what you need. And the question is, was it going to be our own Michael Bryant, right? Was it going to be him? By the way, happy April Fool's Day, all right? Happy April Fool's Day. Maybe this case starting on Fool's Day is an interesting time to have it start, given what's happening. Let me go to another question here before I get back to the documents. Wendy, knowing your husband did an autopsy and had input into the beautiful Sandra Burchmore, are you able to interview your husband, or is it too soon? Well, he didn't do the autopsy. What he did, because I believe she was cremated. I read this in the Boston Globe. I get my information from Sandra Burchmore, not from my husband. And I tell the story. that we were we have a small cabin in the woods, right, upstate New York, and I have a TV studio there, and a lot of times you've seen my TV studio there when I have the map behind me and all. And we had kind of recently bought it, and my husband has an office upstairs where the kitchen is, of course, where the kitchen is easy to get to the coffee. And I'm downstairs where I can let two be out easy to go pee-pee or, to be. And I'm reading. I'm reading. I'm reading Google alerts that I have my husband on Google alerts, and this Google alert comes up to my email, my office email, and I'm reading this, and I'm like, wow. But I don't see my husband's name until the very end. I said, holy shit, that's my husband's case. So I go up, and I hear his phone start ringing, his cell phone start ringing, right? And I go upstairs, and I said. I just got this Google alert on this Burchmore case. Is this your case? And he said, yes. And that was it. That's all I got from him. That's my case. I think he said I was hired in a civil case by who was ever representing the family, whatever. And yes, I said, well, are you being called by that? Is that yes, I've been on the phone with the lawyers. And that was like it. Okay. Am I able to interview him? He probably would say, if I went to him as a journalist, I would need to get permission from the attorneys who hired him to do interviews. And Michael generally doesn't do interviews unless the people that hire him want to. People don't realize that. Like when he did the Epstein review of the autopsy for Jeffrey Epstein, it was hired by Jeffrey Epstein's brother. Any interview he did was authorized, pre-approved, agreed to by the brother, because he works for people and he has a privilege with his clients, just like I have a different privilege with my clients. So, and Michael, he went to Russia for the United States government. He was the forensic pathologist for the New York State Police for years. And he still is incredibly involved, like 20 hours a day on his private practice. Why? Because people need independent forensic pathologists that aren't scared to be attacked. When sometimes he'll be on a case and he's certain of his opinion, but it's not the popular opinion, and he gets attacked, especially with social media and all. But you got to have a thick skin, and you've got to call it as you see it. This is like us on Justice Served TV. We get attacked by people, but we call it as we see it. Sometimes you guys, you don't attack us, but you may disagree with us. We have no problem with that. That's why we're talking to you. If you disagree with this, you disagree with this. We know that the prosecution may disagree with us more, because we have been saying that the state has not proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt in the first trial, and we don't see how they can prove, certainly as to the murder case on the second trial, unless you start getting some stealth jurors in there that want her convicted. And that's always the worry, is the stealth juror. That is the number one concern in a high-profile case, the stealth juror. Now, what do we mean by that? For those of you that don't know, that is the person that wants to get on the jury, that already has the mind made up, but they're going to answer every question right, so you can't knock them off, right? Every single question is going to be answered right. And I don't know whether their identities are being held. Does anyone know whether the order withheld their identities from the teams, the Commonwealth and the defense? That was done to us inspectors. It's normally usually done in mafia cases, right? Where you don't want people's names out. But usually the teams, as I call them, the sides, have the names and identifying information. So very interesting. But I think it's probably too soon. I don't want to abuse that relationship I have with my husband by asking him, because I think right now we'll be interested in a lot of other things. We're doing a whole hour show tomorrow night. We'll probably do 2 hours total, an hour on Reed and an hour on Burchmore. When Brian's back in Connecticut on, and they're related, right? They're related, but we're going to go into a deep dive into the Burchmore case, and we're going to have Mizzy on, M-I-Z-Z-Y, on, who knows a lot about this case, and we'll talk about it. In the meantime, I'm going to try to have us pull up the civil complaint, because that's what started this. And then there's a federal prosecution that's, the hearing has been moved because of all the turmoil in the Justice Department from April to May. But remember, that prosecution is for a violation of civil rights. It's different. It's not a straight murder, a homicide, a murder prosecution. Homicide is a medical examiner term. not a straight murder prosecution. And now there could be shall we say, a roadblock to that if the state wants to take it and you don't trust the Salton police, you don't trust the Canton police, because the medical examiner was in the Boston Globe in an interview. And, we may have an invitation. We may, as a matter of fact, I think, Missy Mayhem, we should extend an invitation to the medical examiner to come on our show tomorrow night to say, they're saying that they won't change their opinion unless they have further input. What other input do you need? You have this, the forensic, my husband, you have the forensic pathologist hired by the police who gave you every single step as to why it's a homicide. And you have a videotape of the person who has been indicted by the feds going into her place and coming out of her place. And he was the last person to see her. She was never seen again. All right. And she was pregnant with his child. And the day she died, his wife was delivering a baby with him. Okay. You have motive. You have opportunity. Yeah. You have the ability on the opportunity. You have so many things that are going on. And this one, I was horrified when I read this case. I forget that it's my husband's case. I was horrified. As should every single citizen in the world be horrified. Now, that's not to say the burden of proof is on the prosecution, but that is to say somebody better step up here, okay, from the state, okay? Or else what are you doing? You're protecting conduct like this. She was being groomed, in my opinion, by being a member of this troop that dealt with these cops while she was a teenager, while she was young, and it occurred all the way until she became an adult. I mean, it is an outrageous case. It is a horrible case. It is an abusive case. It is a case that'll turn the hair on the back of your head. It'll turn mine to green. I may become green and pink like the wicked colors. By the way, now that I think about it, pink is a wicked color, isn't it? It's in the wicked idea. So if you're wearing pink through the buffer zone, you could have pink nails, pink and green nails, and that's just wicked. Well, see, that's why these assumptions and these restrictions sometimes can go too far. But thank you, Wendy, for the question. I'm sure that as soon as Michael is able to give an interview, he will give us an interview. I hope. You never know. I'm not gonna. Actually, I shouldn't assume that. Okay, but it's a great question. Okay, so as I said, Michael Bryant's on his way. So let's go back to where we were talking, because all of you are tuning in. Let's go back to. Let me see. Okay, we have somebody who's deciding to spell the C word with a K, so it doesn't come into our chat as a blockage. By the way, Dizzy, I don't know if you see that. Okay, okay. Why don't we actually? You know what? Why don't we put this up? I'm going to put this up. Okay, let's put this up. This is the kind of comment that should not be there. All right, I'm going to insert yourself into a case, then calling me, I guess, the C word with the K, so it doesn't come under the blockers. But now we're going to put it under the blockers, right? Running 24/7, we can all grift. I mean, cover this case. No, we are covering this case because it's a case of import. Now, you are welcome in our chat. You're welcome in our chat in the future. But I would suggest we are going to block you now, right? Because we're going to block the fact that you're using the C word. That is not a word we're going to use here. You want to say something about the case? You want to say you disagree with the case? Fine. Do you have, by the way, a picture? Are you real? Put your real name in there, because most of our people have their real names, have their pictures. Put your real name in there. Be I shouldn't say, I'm not assuming a man. Be a woman, be a man, be a person. Have some bravery. Put your name, Mr. or Mrs. or Ms. J. Smith, okay? Put your name in there. Let's cut this segment, by the way, Lizzie. Let's put this person on our X account. You wanted it covered. You wanted fame. Okay, let's put this person, let's put this clip. All right. And now we are going to take you off, and then we are going to block the C word from being used. You want to talk? Okay, fine. You want to say that Karen Reed is guilty because you have the facts? Fine. We can discuss that. We are not going to discuss you. And I am not going to call you a bad person, but I am going to call you a coward because you don't have a name, a full name, and you don't have a picture, and you're not telling us who you are. You're just relying on calling me the C word. Bye-bye. See you later. Let's take him out of our chat. Him or her out of our chat, Dizzy, please. Missy. All right, that's Jay Smith. And we're going to cut that episode, and we're going to put that episode on X because I want people to see what people who disagree with us want to say, okay? When I invite people to come on and talk the truth, I want to see. As a matter of fact, I'm going to keep a screenshot of that. You're going to keep a screenshot of that, but let's get them out of, let's block that person out of our chat, please. Let's block that person out of our chat. All right? Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Let's block it out of our chat. Okay. All right. Let me see. I'm just going to, that's the screenshot. I'm saving it. You wanted fame, you're going to get yourself some fame. Watch Justice Serve TV on our X and on our YouTube. We're going to put you on. All right. But Missy Mayhem, can you block Jay Smith out of our chat so other people, or maybe other people want to see it. Maybe you want to leave it. Let our chat deal with him. Okay. Show your face. Right. Absolutely. Show your face. So why don't we he's blocked, and then we should put the C word with its variation of K, obviously now in our words to be blocked, that those comments don't come on. But we're going to cut that, and Missy's always on top of everything. And Missy has been, she was a little under the weather for a while, but she's back in full steam, okay? Back in full steam. And we're going to take the clip that I just had, and we're going to put it on our X, because we're going to show you what people who disagree with us go to. Instead of arguing facts, that's what they go to. Pretty classy, weren't you, Jay Smith? You got your fame. You want it? You got it. You're going on the air, baby. And then the people can see if they can identify you. You want to be doxxed? You asked to be doxxed? Okay. All right. Okay. No, I see that, Karma. You may want to just change it so you don't get blocked, because if we block that word, okay, you're going to get blocked, and I'm sorry. So we hope that maybe for our show, maybe you can change your handle, because you have an opinion and you've never been vicious about anything. And we're not talking about, we want people to be on the air. We want people who have different opinions and all, but that's just simply, that's just, they're sending out their bots. Okay, so let's go back to the jury questionnaire. An interesting questionnaire, because this is what somebody complained about the other day. Because question 1 on this is a special jury questionnaire. It's after the judge issues all of those opinions and says, it is alleged that on January 29, 2022, while intoxicated and operating her motor vehicle in Canton, Massachusetts, the defendant, Karen Reed, killed her boyfriend, John O'Keefe, an off-duty Boston police officer. Is there anything about the description of this case, the charges, or that victim was an off-duty police officer that caused you to believe that you cannot be fair and impartial in this case? Somebody objected because it had that Karen Reed killed her boyfriend. That's the allegation. But I understand that is the first person, that's the first question that the jury is going to hear on this jury questionnaire, or see on this jury questionnaire. And so there hasn't been a proof that she's killed her boyfriend yet. And it's an allegation, but do they go in with that now, thinking that's the situation? That's the danger of this question. Okay. The second one, have you started to make up your mind? Do you have any opinions do you have opinions regarding previous experience as a juror, the fairness of the jury system, or the criminal justice system that would impair your ability? That's a pretty standard question. Do you have any religious or philosophical beliefs that would make it difficult for you to follow the law or come to a verdict in the case? These are questions that don't get you anywhere. This case is expected to garner significant media attention. Is there anything about the high-profile nature of this case that would prevent you from serving as a fair and impartial juror? That's going to be compared to, obviously, the media questions on page 3. That's going to be happening. Okay, so that's going to happen there. Family members who reside or conduct regular business in Canton, Massachusetts. I guess that's going to try to get to whether or not you've had any interactions with the police, but it doesn't ask it, does it? It doesn't ask it. This is what I'm reading from. Conversely, would you tend to, if there was a testimony were in conflict, would you tend to believe the testimony of a police officer more than other witnesses simply because the witness is a police officer? That's a pretty important question, right? Because we came through a period in jury service when I was a prosecutor that everybody believed the police. Just like everybody, if you had a priest that was testifying, oh, yeah, it was like manna coming from the skies, right? Now, if you have a priest testifying, you probably want him. He's probably, you probably don't want him because of all the issues, especially in Boston with the Spotlight report on the sexual assaults by the Catholic Church at that time on various children. Okay. Then the questionnaire asks, conversely, would you tend to disbelieve a police officer simply because the witness is a police officer? All right. So that's the converse of that. Now, obviously, this doesn't get you rid of stealth jurors, right? At all, but it's there. Question 10, do you have any strong personal beliefs or have you been exposed to any strong beliefs from friends, relatives about law enforcement officers, prosecutors, or the government? Well, that sounds like that was a question by Hank Brennan, right? Because they want to know whether or not what you think about law enforcement, right? That's definitely a question that Hank Brennan wanted in here. And by the way, yes, she's like Texas gifted 10 Just to Serve TV memberships. Thank you so very much. That is really great. We really appreciate it. Okay. Have you been involved, by the way, I don't see yet, and maybe it's going to be here, about do they have strong personal beliefs about the defense? Because I told the story the other night about going down to Tennessee, and my client just recently died, Paul Michael House. He was on death row for a crime he didn't commit, and we ended up was one of the projects that I worked with the Innocence Project on, and local council on, and some other organizations on. And I had to go to Maynardville, Tennessee, for what was maybe a retrial because the conviction was reversed, but then the prosecution dropped it. And the jury questionnaire asked, what do you feel about defense attorneys? And maybe I teach from this slide. And basically it said, they're just doing the job for the person that we're going to convict anyway. So I don't see that question here yet. All right. Have you been involved in group, community, or individual activities showing support for law enforcement in or outside your own community? Well, that sounds like a defense question, actually, because it's not just in the local community, it's outside your community. Then have you been involved in any group, community, or individual activity that was critical of police enforcement or outside of your own community? Well, that sounds like a Hank Brennan. That sounds like a prosecution question, does it? They're trying to see if anyone doesn't like the police. Question 13, have you or someone close to you ever had education, training, or work experience of any of the following fields? Law enforcement, military, alcohol, drug abuse, domestic violence. Now, interesting that they add domestic violence, because the prosecution is trying to say that Karen Reed killed her partner, which would be domestic violence. And alcohol abuse or drug abuse, well, they were all drinking alcohol. I guess you could call it abuse because they were all drunk. Military, law enforcement, they want to know, usually the standard is somebody who's been in law enforcement, or the military is going to be for the prosecution. So usually this is a pro-prosecution question. And we heard from Aidan Carney that the defense made a decision to keep a police officer, and he ended up being the foreperson in the jury on juror number 1 because they thought that he would know that all these things that were done terribly, and it may have been a mistake. The same thing was done in the Michael Skakel case with Mickey Sherman, and juror number 7 there. It was a big mistake, but he was convinced that if you can convince a law enforcement officer that somebody's innocent, then everybody goes along. But that generally not the juror that you're looking for if you're a defendant. Then we go to page 2. Do you have any strong personal beliefs, or have you been exposed to any strong personal beliefs from friends and relatives about operating a motor vehicle under the influence of alcohol? Well, Karen Reed was clearly, in my opinion, operating under the influence of alcohol, even though I have some problems with that retrograde extrapolation, the way it was taken. The labs in the hospital aren't forensic labs. They don't have the protections that a forensic lab has, and all. So I have some problem. But it sounds like everybody that night who drove had been drinking, whether under the influence or had the drinks worn off. Okay. But they want to know that. And I think more often than not, that probably would be a defense question. Then the next one, 15, have you ever been involved in a group, organization, participated in a march, demonstration, campaign, or donated money on behalf of an organization or cause that was against driving under the influence of alcohol, such as SAD, that's Students Against Drunk Driving, or MAD, Mothers Against Drunk Driving? Okay, so I think both sides want to know that, because they want to know if you're a member of those organizations, then you really do have some strong beliefs that they may have to talk about further, about whether it would put you, if you're the defense, it would put you in the corner of the prosecution, just because there may be testimony that Karen Reed did drive drunk. Okay. Has anyone, next question, has anyone close to you ever been involved in an accident involving drinking and driving? If so, would that experience prevent you from being fair and impartial juror in this case? Well, the first part is something you really want to know. The second part, unless they want to get out of jury service, they're going to say, no, it won't prevent me. But if they really think about this, if you had somebody killed by a drunk driver, you may want to be on that jury, right? You may want to be on that jury because you may think that if Karen Reed was drunk, she's more likely to have killed somebody. But we have a little interesting twist on this because, and if I can disclose it, there's a New York Post article about an elderly gentleman who was riding his kind of like a moped bike at night, and he was hit by a woman from New Jersey who, like the Post has called her the screaming banshee, but she's had a lot of past convictions for driving drunk and inappropriately. And it's related to one of the people who is a witness in this case. And maybe we'll disclose that further in one of our later episodes. So you're not in that case, it wouldn't necessarily go that the person thinks that just because Karen Reed was driving drunk, she's guilty. So you really need to know the specifics of it and whether or not that would really turn them. And then for that, you need some probing questions. So maybe we'll talk about that later tonight, Miss Dizzy and Missy. We'll take that question out, maybe screenshot it and take that New York Post article out and talk about it. Question 17. Have you or has anyone close to you been involved in or witnessed a motor vehicle crash? I have. I watched somebody get hit by a car on Broad Street in Newark, New Jersey. Heard the sound. It was something that I'll never forget. I could still see the man being flipped up in the air. He was carrying a briefcase. The briefcase flew away, and he was wearing glasses. And the glasses came off his head, and something that I'll never forget. All right. And of course, sometimes we've been in our own motor vehicle crashes, been rear-ended, right? So you kind of want to know that, because then we also know that we've been in our own motor vehicle crashes, what's happened to our cars, right? Did the bumper come off? Was there really any damage? Were you hit at 35 miles an hour and there was no damage? What kind of car were you hit with? So that's going to involve, I think, more questioning, because what they're getting at is if you witness it, really, what did you see happen? What you want to know is, what did you see happen to the cars, right? Based on the speed that they were going. And that's the cars, all right? Okay? All right. She's like, yeah, I see. Thank you, Dizzy. Missy saved the article last night when I sent it to me. Yes. Yes, we're talking about, yes, Teresa, we're talking about Meredith, okay, who is Aidan Carney's significant other. So it's interesting that question can elicit you can have two independent thinking ideas, although the prosecution or the defense thinks because you have had somebody involved in a motor vehicle accident and drunk driving, that maybe they'll be against Karen Reed. Number 18, is there anything about crash reconstruction testimony, as if people really know about crash reconstruction testimony, that would make it difficult for you to be fair and impartial in this case? The reason why you have crash reconstruction testimony is because it is scientific, because the case does need it, and because it's going to involve days of testimony, right? That's what the ARCA hearing's about. And we just kind of gloss over this, like, well, it would make it difficult for you to be fair and partial. This question is just beyond me. 19, have you or any family members or close friends been involved in a domestic violence relationship that featured physical, mental, or verbal abuse? Since the prosecution doesn't plan to get into the fact that Karen Reed was upset years ago in Aruba when she saw John O'Keefe with another woman, is that what, in case that comes up, is that what they're saying? Or are they saying that, she may have killed him because she was angry at him? Well, she may have murdered him. Remember, this case involves murder, not just manslaughter, murder. Think about it. It's what Brian Koberger is charged with. Murder. Okay? It involves murder. All right? Let's remember that. Number 20, standard question. Have you ever been a victim of violent crime? Of course, everyone wants to know that, to know if it affected you in a way that you can't be fair. 21, during trial, will you hear testimony about medical treatment, death, and review graphic autopsy photographs? Will that affect your ability to participate to be a fair and impartial juror? Well, the problem you have there
I will not put on the white noise.
by the defense on that case. It actually consulted and did the forensics on that case. So do you know anybody? Well, they may say, yeah, I've seen that attorney there on TV, or I've seen the judge, I've seen you on TV clips. Or I know, it turns out I know the court clerk. He and I are we've been in the grocery store together. So they're trying to find out if anyone who could have influence on you is somebody that you recognize. That's the reason for that. 25. Would your answer to any of the above questions be embarrassing or damaging if disclosed publicly, or would disclosure infringe on your privacy? Well, I have a little issue with this. This is question 25. So I guess what it is because the jurors are filling this out and no one's getting to see this yet. It's going to the judge, right? She's going to look at it. If somebody says yes or not sure, what does she do? If she brings them to the sidebar and says, why is it going to be damaging? Well, probably the answer you'll get is, I've had a husband, I've had a son, I've had a relative, I've had a good friend who's been arrested for drunk driving. That's what you may get here, especially family members. We had the question inspected. Do you know anyone in your family who has taken their own life? And you'd be surprised how many jurors had said that. And the judge then, after they said that, would bring them up to the sidebar to ask them who it was and why. But that some people don't want to say that in court. They just do not want to say that in court. But this asks at 25. I'd like it asked before. We're going to ask you these questions. And by the way, if any of them inflict on your privacy, please make a note of it so that, we can talk to you about it. Because now then they have to go all the way back up and look. 26. Do you have any concerns about your personal privacy due to the presence of video cameras in the courtroom and/or the highly publicized nature of this case? Well, really interesting. Most people in this case, I think most people now in high-profile cases, they don't care about the cameras. They don't care whether they'll be on TV, unless they believe that somehow they're making a decision. Unless they believe that somehow they're making a decision, right? That is going to go anti what the public is feeling. And that's why we have to be careful. We don't attack people. I mean, we welcome the discussion. The jury is going to have that discussion. There's going to be people that are going to believe they're going in that maybe the prosecution has proved some aspects of the case. But you can't threaten people. You have to feel that if they come to a verdict, that even if it's against public opinion, that they're fine. And that's what this question is concerned about. But I think today most jurors look forward to the opportunity to be on a high-profile case. I mean, I'm just still trying to get on a jury. Every time I get close to getting on a jury, I get knocked out. And a lot of times I'm not even close, because by the time I go through who do you know in law enforcement and law and all, and a half an hour later I finish the answer to the question, I'm like moved aside anyhow, even though, I've been called. And then we went to page 3, which I've already discussed with you. This is the most important part of this questionnaire, page 3. And it doesn't answer the most important question, that once you're exposed to all this media, okay? All right, once you're exposed to it, what do you think? An open-ended question that can be gone into, that can be discussed. What do you think? Now, I see people asking about a jury consultant. Now, Victoria George is there. She is going to talk to them about what worked and what didn't work on the jury in the first place. She's not Richard Gabriel. She's not the trial consultant type that do. And I think we heard from Aiden it's because they don't have money for it. The trial consultant time that would do what Richard Gabriel would do, which is mock juries, which is focus groups, which is sociological studies as to who is your best juror, into the backgrounds of who may be considered the best juror, and take that in. So Victoria George is helping the defense, indicating what may have worked, and she's there, and she's also she'll be helpful in my opinion. Richard Gabriel didn't think she added much because she's already had told them, and plus they had actual jurors who deliberated. His view is they had jurors who deliberated. They know from what worked from those jurors, which I'm sure they have interviewed because the jurors contacted them. So they know from deliberating jurors what was important and what wasn't important to those deliberating jurors. So let me see. I know there's some more questions on this. Let me see. Let me go on to, she's like, Texas, I told you she gifted 10 memberships. Thank you. 10 more memberships to Justice Serve TV. We really, really appreciate that very, very much. And then let's go to Jenna on point. Why wouldn't the ACLU step in and speak for the people, especially with them enforcing this buffer zone with harassment threatening from law enforcement? Interesting that the ACLU is not stepping into this case. I think because they think the buffer zone so far is okay. Now, the question's going to become on this if somebody gets arrested, like Michael Bryant, because he walks through the buffer zone, in law enforcement's opinion, too many times. All right. If Michael gets arrested for that, obviously we would seek to have the ACLU come in and help on our behalf, because that to me would be an overreach, especially in light of the fact that we are the ones that have the footage and the sound from the police officers saying they had the paddy wagon, the good people one morning, and then they're going to fucking arrest people. All right. I'm going to say that again because that's the attitude. And we have that exclusive footage, by the way. And I think we're running it already. We have it run on X. If I recall, it's already up there. We should point out that this is exclusive footage and this shows the attitude. And also with Michael Bryant going 5 times through. That's an overreach. That's an overreach. And know what that means? That means the police officers have to be told and they have to be trained that they're not supposed to be doing that, okay? So if somebody walks through the sidewalk, if it's a public sidewalk, it's not closed off at that point for the buffer zone, then anyone should be able to walk through, whether it's 5 times, whether it's 10 times, whether it's 20 times, whether it's 100 times, whether it's 1,000 times. What all of a sudden, why would you have to eliminate that? That's ridiculous, but I agree with you. Okay, so let me just see something here. Just want to see something. We did, by the way, add that K word to the block. So karma, beginning with the K word, you have to change your handle, or else you're going to be blocked because it added to our block. And we know we don't want to block you because you've been very respectful on all of our chats. So please, I hope you do, just for the purpose of getting into our chat. Okay, really appreciate that. Lori Ballou, could you ask the ADA combination if you had bad handwriting for something to type for you? Yeah, I sometimes dictate, but you know what I find? It doesn't. Siri hates my New Jersey accent if I have to speak as I speak for training, okay, and go slowly and speak each individual word with enunciation. Siri is fine. But if I speak quickly and I speak Jersey girl, I'm a Jersey girl, I'm a Jersey girl. See, you have so many different inflections, right? Just saying that. Siri may not pick them up, but sometimes I do dictate into GPI, chat and all. But when I'm trying, they've kind of gotten used to me. They're figuring out what Linda's means in her text is become like a fun game for everybody. They kind of get it, okay? They kind of get it because they know it's these. It's Jersey accent and these. It's a deadly combination, Lori. Deadly combination. But it hasn't killed anybody. Okay. Yes, thank you. I love everybody from New Jersey. Yes. Okay. And I can. Yes, we should send this to Shaigal points out we should send all this to Microdots. I think that's a good thing, Missy. I think that's really a good thing. Paula B creates that suggestion. Or tag them in it. But yeah, that's what they said to do. So why don't we do something else now? There's a couple other motions. Before I get to Aiden's motion, let's look at what else was filed while we were waking up to these filings this morning. One is pretty easy. You don't even need to put this on the screen. It's the Commonwealth's motion for larger screen in the courtroom. Okay. It allows for a larger screen, or alternatively, a second screen to the side of the witness that would allow jurors to better see admissible evidence or chalks. Now, remember what chalks are. Chalks are demonstrative exhibits that do not go into the jury room. They call them chalks, relating to an old time, I guess, when you wrote on a chalkboard or a chalk screen, and then you erased it. And those are chalks. So you can erase a chalk, you can get rid of a chalk. They're not permanent. All right. So those are called chalks. The first time when I was in Anderson, the judge said chalks. I was like, we all looked at each other. You know, Buckets of chalk. Yeah. We didn't know what a chalk was. But then we had somebody from Massachusetts on. Hey, you Jersey people, you people from Florida, this is a chalk, okay? All right, so we got it pretty quickly. All right, but it is funny when you hear it the first time. All right, so they say, then they give cases that enlarged photographs are admissible if they are fair, that voluminous video recordings, maybe a master technology is admissible to have a big video. In the jury room, in the one case, it doesn't say anything about the courtroom. The Commonwealth agrees to assume the cost of a larger screen and secondary screen and a source of technology would be used merely to display admissible evidence or chalks to assist the jury. Now, the issue here, of course, becomes, does the defense get to use the same large screens that the Commonwealth bought? I've never had a situation that there's not the courtroom screens and then everybody uses them. And if indeed somebody wants a bigger screen, there's an agreement that, hey, everybody can use it. It's just like an Elmo in the courtroom that's usually provided by the prosecution. An Elmo is like an old-fashioned device. You put this on, this is the jury, and I put it on here, and then it takes it and it broadcasts it on a screen, old-fashioned technology, right? What you're seeing. And quite frankly, they're very useful still, very, very useful still, to have the specific document that may go on a screen. But I don't think they were using an Elmo in this courtroom and all. So the Commonwealth wants to do that. But alternatively, they want to provide jurors with their own physical copies of certain admitted photographs or chalks to use. Now, okay, all right, as long as the defense can do the same thing, I guess. But the problem is the Commonwealth has all the money in the world. They can create all these books. But in fairness, we did create books for in all of our cases for the most part. We did create books of every single piece of evidence that we had, and we did ask and many times the jurors were allowed to use them. But this is kind of the last minute. So if the defense wanted to do the same thing, and maybe there's been some agreement that and she said if she's allowing the Commonwealth to use these, she should allow the defense to use these larger screens. That's my opinion as being a professional, having done this for a few years. Okay. All right. Let me just answer a question before I go to the next motion. And this is from Monkey Boy Brennan. I think I'm going to show it. How is Judge Cannoni? And I've told you, I give her respect, Judge Cannoni, because I'm a barred attorney. I had a case in Massachusetts, so I give her respect of calling her a judge. I do not call her Bev. So get mad at me if you don't like that. That's just me, okay? You got to take me for everything. You got to take me for the good and the bad, and that's how I feel about it. Michael Bryant does not feel that way anymore because he came to the conclusion this morning after the East decision that she was biased. But I'm not going to disrespect her title from me as an attorney, just as me. I'm not saying any comment about you, but because I'm barred, I have a license. I've been admitted pro hoc, and if I want to go back pro hoc, I would like to keep that license clean so that I can go into Massachusetts if need be on a pro hoc vice basis. So how is Judge Cannoni allowed to give judgment that Colin wasn't F-34 Fairview without knowledge of new evidence? Because she concluded he wasn't based on that text that had no authentication and based on some other witnesses' testimony that he wasn't there. Okay? That's because she's the judge. Let me just answer it simply. She's the judge. She can do whatever she wants. Now, the only thing I would say about that is the one thing that the defense relied on is Colin Alpert is the one who had the bruised knuckles. And he said he'd never been in a fight in his life, right? So the implication there from the supplemental defense papers that they filed in support of him was that there was a fight and he was involved in a fight, right, with John O'Keefe. All right. I think, I'm telling you, I thought about this last night. I'm thinking that maybe that maybe getting him out is not a bad thing. Defense can really concentrate on Brian Alpert and Brian Higgins. And especially they can concentrate on Brian Higgins because he had the interest in Karen Reed, right? He's the one who goes to the Army base, takes out the SIM card of his card, and throws away the SIM card and gets a new phone, right? I think that's I don't know. To me, getting rid of your phone there, imagine if a defendant did that. Imagine if Karen Reed did that. Imagine if Aidan Carney did that. I think that maybe the focus may be good. Maybe a good thing here for the defense because they now can really tighten up that third party. They can tighten up that third party culpability, which, by the way, I told you, and I said to you last week when Michael Bryan asked me, what do you think she's going to do on that? I said, I think she's going to get rid of Alpert. I think that defense is hanging by a thread. I said that last week before her decision. And I said that objectively as a lawyer, because it's a close one. It really is. I know you all don't like that, but I did think that they didn't have the specifics to say that either of the two people in that house had actually, what they were trying to say, killed obviously John O'Keefe, and then brought him out into the snow where he died. Or they got into a fight with him. He wasn't dead. They ejected him from the house because they'd had this fight, and then he died in the snow. He died because he couldn't get up, and all. And it sounds to me from listening, and if you go back and listen to our interview with Aidan Carney, he said that the medical examiner the defense has hired is going to have some major testimony. And then there was something about whether or not his skull fracture could be from an imprint of one of the items in the gym that you can see in the house sale. 34 Fairview went to sale, and it's still on Realtor.com, and it's on Redfin.com. You can see all the inside pictures of the gym. And then there's a room that looks kind of newly painted to me with new rugs. I mean, I don't know what that's about. And I'm not sure it was newly painted with new rugs, but it just was brighter than everything else. I don't even know where it is. Doesn't say, or whether or not he was in some kind of altercation, or whether he was drunk and fell down the stairs and hit his head. I mean, I could see, and this is where I thought that the defense should open up their theory, that I can see if he came into the house, right, and somehow for whatever reason he's drunk, but he falls, he cracks his skull on the edge of the stairs or whatever, without a fight. And they think that he's dead. They think that he's gonzo. They're cops. They know that they're going to be blamed for something. They're going to be blamed for manslaughter. They're going to be blamed for murder because he's drunk. They let him in the house. They didn't take care of him. And so they dump him on the front lawn. And I can see if you open, I'm not saying that's what happened. I'm saying that I thought the defense does make a mistake, but not opening up that possibility. Or the possibility that he was just merely drunk and he maybe had a physical condition that caused him to fall backwards and crack a skull. I think that they'd get a lot more. And then the conspiracy is the cover up, So maybe they'll focus more on that here with Colin Alpert being out of the case. I don't know. Tell me what you think. I just, if I were advising on this case, as you know, I come into advise on case, I would advise something related to that. So that's, but it's interesting, isn't it? Now, I wonder if that makes it harder for them to prosecute the case against Aidan Carney about intimidation of a witness. Yes, he's on the witness list, but is he really needed as a witness now? Because a witness to what? So, and all. But, so anyhow, Liz Cole Baker talks about the waterfall video. Yeah, that video where there's like getting into it, right? That was an interesting video. We can play that later on. You could, Liz Cole Baker, you can tell people what you're talking about in that video that's more important, all right? So now let's get to, there's another Commonwealth motion that was filed when we were on the air last night, just as Michael Bryant came on. We didn't really go through it, but it was a Commonwealth's renewed motion in limine to exclude testimony of Garrett Wing. Now, what do they want to say here? Now comes the Commonwealth in the above caption matter, blah, blah, blah. Rule 14 of the defense's presumption, they're entitled to serve rebuttal expert testimony. They're saying defense's presumption. On March 25th, 2025, the Commonwealth received a 24-page report of Lieutenant Garrett Wing, a suggested expert in dog training and dog bites. Defense proffers Mr. Wing as a rebuttal witness to the Commonwealth's expert, Dr. James Crosby, claiming that Dr. Crosby's conclusions are flawed and incomplete. However, as previously disclosed to the court and defense, the Commonwealth does not intend to call Dr. Crosby in its case in chief. The Commonwealth intends to offer Dr. Crosby only if necessary to rebut the testimony, by the way, of Dr. Marie Russell. So there is no surrebuttal in Massachusetts courts, is what the Commonwealth says. So it's saying that the Commonwealth does not does not intend to offer their experts to rebut Dr. Marie Russell in their case. They don't want to put her on first. They're not putting her on the direct case. Not putting him on the direct case. I'm sorry, Dr. Crosby. They're only going to put him on in their rebuttal case to rebut Dr. Marie Russell. and therefore the defense is not entitled to put on Dr. Wig as a dog expert in surrebuttal because there is no surrebuttal and all. So I don't know if you can all see that. I'm going to read it. Remarkably, the defense's own proffered expert has rebutted certain opinions of Dr. Russell, says the Commonwealth, okay? Mr. Wing has publicly stated that Mr. O'Keefe's arm injuries were in no way attributed to paw, claw, or scratch marks, and that it would be very rare for a dog bite to be a puncture wound, where 99 out of 100 times dogs cause lacerations, not puncture wounds, particularly when a dog is untrained. He says, see Exhibit A. Let me see if I have Exhibit A. I don't have Exhibit A, but that's a quote that he attributes, that Hank Brennan attributes coming from Garrett Wayne. Further, the defense has also objected to this line of, thank you, this line of testimony. I'm going to page 2, stating that a jury should hear from a dog behavioralist on what the cause of the wounds to the right arm of the decedent are. The trial judge has substantial discretion. It means they can do anything she wants in determining whether to allow a presentation of rebuttal evidence. Under Massachusetts rules of evidence, the judge generally has discretion to permit the introduction of rebuttal evidence. However, there's no absolute right to present rebuttal evidence that only supports a party's affirmative case. Well, isn't he saying there's no right for him then to present Dr. Crosby? If permitted by the court, the Commonwealth's intention to call Dr. Crosby would be a legitimate and appropriate response to the defense's case and relevant to rebut the defense's claims that the victim's injuries were sustained by a dog attack. And then he cites some cases. The defense's position that they would then be entitled to call Dr. Wing to rebut, which is called surrebuttal. The Commonwealth's rebuttal is unfounded and not appropriate under Massachusetts law. The defense may not present one theory of causation in her case in chief as a matter of right, present a different theory of causation in rebuttal, nor may the defense offer evidence that merely supports her own claims in rebuttal, especially when the defense is aware of this proffered opinion prior to trial and could present it as part of her case in chief. Now, that's a little bit ridiculous, that last paragraph. Why is that? Because that's true if the Commonwealth is presenting Dr. Crosby as case in chief, but he's not presenting Dr. Crosby on the case in chief. Now, Monkey Boy Brennan says Attorney Melanie Little thinks Exhibit A refers to her interview that she did with Dr. Wing. But that may have been before he actually saw the evidence, right? It's really interesting. I always say that you can go on air and TV, and as long as you don't know anything about the case, you haven't seen the exhibits, you don't really know the evidence, you can talk all you want, right? We try to talk only when we know what we're talking about, and when sometimes we tell you we haven't seen it, just like I just told you there, so I don't know what it's about. But the case that he's citing, that Brennan is citing, is, yeah, you could call Dr. Wing if the Commonwealth presents their case in chief. In most states, if there's a new expert, right, you can have a surrebuttal. But in some states, you can't. Florida, you can't. I can tell you that right now. Florida, you can't even ask questions. You ask a direct and you ask a cross, and then unless you get a permission to ask a very specific question, you don't even have a rebuttal question. You can't redirect in Florida. So every state is a little bit different. So I guess the defense, and if the defense had moved Dr. Wing in their case, what I guarantee you, Brendan would object to say duplicative testimony, and you can't have an expert come in to support the veracity of another expert. That's just expert building. He would absolutely. It's not Dr. Wing. It's Garrett Wing. I'm sorry. He would absolutely object to that. So I mean, come on. Thank you very much. It's not Dr. Wing. It was Dr. Crosby who has the doctorate, not Dr. Wing, because there's no Dr. Wing. Although I wish it was, because I mean, if you've heard him talk, he's very, very good. I see somebody, and I hadn't even gotten to Aiden's. I'm still getting to Aiden's motion.
Sorry to interrupt.
And the parameters of jury impanelment. Let me do. I have two things left to do, but we'll
Go
take
ahead.
you, Michael Brian. No. Let's. I wanted to do the parameters of jury impanelment because that's what we're in. That's the Commonwealth's motion for parameters of jury impanelment. They want to know what the ground rules are for the parties conducting extraneous inquiries into the qualifications of a potential juror, including internet or social media searches. And they also want to know. They want to be able to check the criminal histories of all 16 prospective jurors. So it sounds like the Corey motion may have been denied because they would have gotten the criminal history. So that's a motion that was also filed by Mr. Brennan. We do not know what that is. It's probably going to be allowed as long as I didn't say Wong, Joey, Kane. Did I? My New Jersey accent. I said Dr. Wing. That's not okay. All right. So, and then we'll get back to Aiden. So, Michael Bryan, they were worried about your safety. I said, don't worry. I know where you are. You're safe.
Yep. Just down the road a little bit. That's all I will mention for the moment. We'll get into it more tomorrow night. So now I am, just for perspective here, obviously you can see the dome there, courthouse back there. I am about 20 feet outside the buffer zone. In fact, you can see that news truck back there behind me. They are right at the buffer zone with where their truck is parked. And it is windy, but I'm hoping my giant foam microphone is shielded from the wind because it's pretty windy here. So it's been, actually kind of quiet on the street here for the last hour or so. I have noticed some of the fans of Karen Reed queuing up on this side of the buffer zone, whereas this morning when we were out and about, they were all on the other side of the buffer zone. And just for perspective, this side is much closer than the other side. When they pushed out that original 200-foot zone to the 500-foot mark, it was all the other direction. This buffer zone right behind me is the same spot it was the last time. And all the retail businesses are off in this general direction in front of me.
Is that the bagel shop too? I was talking
the bagel
about
shop
the
is
bagel
right
shop.
there. The bagel shop is right there. Yes. It is. It is. And so that's where we were, parading back and forth, obviously more times than the Stadies would have liked, since it was pointed out to me.
Yeah, I think we're cutting that. It may already be on next. We're cutting that.
It was interesting. They're
yeah.
not fooling around. I got a note this morning before I got here. I think it might have been from Tom CPU, that they are looking to arrest people.
Well, it sounded like it. We're going to give one more, and then we're going to fucking arrest them. You have that on the microphone, and I think we're going to play that over and over again. That really
I don't know how
outrageous.
well it was picked up, but I guarantee you my ears picked it up because I was walking right by it.
And you talked about it and all. And the second thing about how many times you plan to walk back here, there's nothing in that order that says you can't walk back and forth 100 times. All right, who's going to determine? If it's an open sidewalk, you can go back and forth 1,000 times. I think it's outrageous, and we know you're going to take one for the team and get arrested, so we can hire you a lawyer and we can challenge this on the First Amendment grounds.
Yeah, that's why I think if you look at that police edict that came out, which attached
we read it,
the court order, there's that one little blurb at I think it's the bottom of the second paragraph that's underlined. I think it says for now or as it stands or something. It was clearly pointed out that we may change these rules anytime we want to change these rules. Look for that little note that I'm mentioning, because it references here's how things are at this time. Suggesting maybe they ain't going to be that way for forever, depending on how we think you are abusing the rule.
Except for that, there's no. Yeah, it says there's no other planned road or sidewalk closures at this time. Right. No, but it says road underline at this time. It says roadways, sidewalks, businesses will remain open to members of the public as usual. And that's my point. That's a public sidewalk in front of that courthouse. Now, unless you're going to be threatening or something like that, or you're violating the terms of protesting, you should be able to walk by. Why is he? That's an intimidation. I've seen you walk by 5 times. You're going to do it again? That's intimidation.
I guess I wasn't properly intimidated. When I was on the other side of the street, which is the court side, opposite of where I am now, and I was just standing, and that's when the statey came up to me and said, "You can't just stand here. You have to keep it moving." I guess
one person can't gather.
Moving. Yeah, I was gathering with
gatherer.
my personality. Yeah.
You alone were gathering with your phone.
So they're clearly, testing the limits of what people will do, won't do, what they think they can do. It's going to be interesting. Somebody will be arrested. I guarantee you that.
Yeah. And I said that person gets arrested. And if they're wrongfully arrested, I think that ACLU will come in on that at that point. I think that's become a real issue because the order says one thing, and the police are now interpreting it as another thing, right? They're interpreting, and I thought, and someone pointed out, what happened to the restriction on, you can't, the Judge Bev eliminated.
Well,
Judge
that, yeah,
Beverly
the
can
arrest,
only
the
eliminate
arrest
it.
reference was taken out of the order. The original request by the prosecution said reasonable efforts to effect arrest. I mean, that was in the original request. That was not included in the court order, though. So anything the cops do that suggests they will arrest, might arrest, I mean, that's all on them. It's whatever they want to do to interpret this order and whether or not it's being violated.
Yeah. And then we can go down, we can see there, it says at this time, they underlined it. But my feeling is, I thought that the attitude, or the tude, as I call it.
The cop attitude?
The cop attitude, all right, where indeed you're walking past and it got picked up with the microphone. You're talking, they know you're recording, they see you're recording, and they don't care. They don't give a,
yeah, that's a good question. I wonder if, I mean, I'm not holding the phone up like I'm taking somebody's picture. I'm just kind of holding it down, maybe a little bit weirdly, but not obvious that I'm rolling. So I don't know if they knew I was or wasn't. I think.
But even to say it with you going past, to say it that loud, we got a paddy wagon right here. We're going to give them one warning.
That's
and then we're going to make some fucking arrests. All right, that tells you too.
My secret weapon is I am totally unnoticeable. That's my stealth weapon. I just wander around. So I guarantee if they thought I was recording or was with the press or the quasi press, no way they would have said that. None.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing, and we have a couple of questions. Let me just answer them quickly. Micah, I hope you're having coffee at your mug. I didn't get a chance. I was rushing so much that I was so late getting here and getting on the air that just to make it by the skin of my skinny teeth that I didn't get a chance to put my coffee in our mug. But it's behind me. I don't know if you can see it. It's over here, somewhere up behind me. Given the amount of time since the last trial and how coordinated the McAlberts were, about 12-10 times, how much more rehearsed and prepared do you think they will be as witnesses? I think they're going to be very prepared as witnesses. I think everybody's going to be prepared. The problem is, you make that one little mistake off your trial transcript, and if you're a good attorney, a good defense attorney, you're waiting for that one word to change. Off you go. And you know how Alan Jackson can cross-examine when somebody makes that one little mistake. And then this is a good one here.
The real question, I think, is who's seen the testimony of each witness more, the witness or the defense attorneys? Because I think they're going to know it by heart, these defense attorneys, and they're going to wait for that little bobble. And, if you're Jen McCabe and you're watching your prior testimony, either you're arrogant and ignorant, or you're going to get something from that and fine-tune your testimony a little bit to maybe keep you out of trouble, because she got painted into a corner many times last time on the stand.
Yep. No, she wasn't a likable witness. That's for sure. In our opinion. Lisa Lou 7. Why isn't the ACLU already stepping in on the expanded buffer zone?
Yeah, you got to get somebody arrested.
Yeah, you have to get someone arrested. You have to get someone arrested for something and they can't be wearing the free Karen Reed thing. It's got to be just somebody's arrest. It's got to be like Michael Bryant, walking.
Yeah, just wandering by. No, what's the big deal?
Yeah, and Mara says, why are they profiling county number of times walking back and forth? Good question. And we also have the clip where they tore the was it off Scott, tore the sticker?
It was there was a guy with us. We had stopped at the
it wasn't
light.
Scott. Okay.
Scott and I, we had stopped at the light. There was a third gentleman who joined us, and he just starts going off on the governor here in Massachusetts and how there was hesitancy to even comment on this case. And he had just right here on his breast pocket a little, I wouldn't even call it an election type sticker. It was very subtle, just in white print, very small. FKR was the biggest part you could read, and it was tiny. But that's
and you're waiting to cross the street, right? You're crossing the street.
So we crossed the street, and now we're on the side that I'm on here now, but just before the Registry of Deeds, and that's where all the stadies are queued up. And so they basically, well, it looks like we might have the video here. They just ripped us off of this guy,
Let's see, because I thought it was ripped off Scott. I didn't realize it was ripped off. I apologize. I gave you misinformation.
Yeah, watch what happens here. So there's Scott in the pink and his bag over his sign. See that? Right. And his flag. Apparently still okay to have a U.S. flag in public.
Thank God.
Yeah. So we just passed. There's the stadies. He's going, okay, what are you going to do? And now watch what happens. I don't know if we can hear this or not. ripped that thing right off his chest. So not here for you in Gestapo land. Sorry. And then that
Not even asking him to take it off and say, look, you're in the buffer
no,
zone. Could
he
you
didn't
take
even
it off?
say leave or take it off. He just ripped it off of him. And then right after that's when I was told that the tote board on the number of times I'd crossed his path, I guess, was 5 times. I actually don't think it had been that many times. But again, I'm a chameleon. Could have confused me with somebody else.
Yeah, but also it's a public sidewalk, and you're crossing to go to you're going to the bagel place with one person, and you're going back and you're talking to the supporters, and then you're giving us Karen Reed going into the courtroom. You're giving us Hank Brennan going into the courtroom. So what? You've been on a public sidewalk 5 times.
Yeah, I have no argument for you.
The order is for somebody who's going to cause
remember this.
damage.
This is after being told, hey, you can't stand, because that was across the street where I was told by a different state, you can't stand. Okay, well, now I'm not standing. Now I'm just walking through, and they found a reason to make that somehow a problem.
Okay, so I think that's more of a problem. Standing, you can't stand, all right, because that's considered gathering, I guess, under the order. You standing alone, you by yourself with your phone is gathering, so that's a violation they're considering. That's one. The second thing, though, is the amount of times you walk. I think we have that. We clipped that too. I think, Missy.
Where the cop says you've been back and forth here 5 times.
5 times, right?
Yeah, that was immediately after my friend, whose name I did not get, was branded. They ripped off his badge.